came about when he parted from them. This is Acts chapter 21. And set sail and ran straight course to Cos. And the next day, the roads from there to Patara. And having found the ship crossing over to Phoenicia, we went aboard and set sail. And when we had come to the Strait of Cyprus, leaving it on the left, we kept sailing to Syria and landing at Tyre. For there the ship was to unload its cargo. Oh, my notes. And after looking up the disciples, we stayed there 7 days, and they kept telling Paul through the Spirit not to set foot in Jerusalem. Don't go to Jerusalem. And when it came about that our days there were ending, we departed and started our journey, while they all, with wives and children, escorted us until we were out of the city. And after kneeling down on the beach and praying, we said farewell to one another. Then we went on board the ship, and they returned home again. It's about Paul. Paul's going through. Lord God in the highest. Praise God. All right, so these things don't work as good as people say they do. There's that. Not as good as people say they do. Got a whole packets of them. Links for your needs. Not as good. Not as good. But I got some anyway. Praise God. Power of the Holy Ghost. Father, Son, Holy Ghost. You need the Holy Ghost in your life. Can't live without it. So, I had some Charlies today. Still got some left over. Very good stuff. See it here. Charlies. Good geschmack. Been sipping on some Minute Maid, no sugar. Also, good eating. Oh man, and what else we got? Got a refrigerator today. So my house, like I said, is full of. My house is full of appliances, and I have to take my car to a shop and leave it there so it can get assessed. So I'm going to do that Monday. I don't know how long it's going to take to do that. It's only one day. But they're going to assess it. And after they get done assessing it, they'll give it back to me. Then after that, I take that information, I give it to the VA and see if they can help me with my car payment. Excuse me, not with the car payment, with paying for my vehicle and its mechanical problems. I might be having a bearing or something going out. I think, not sure, but it's doing the thing. It's decreeing a thing, and so yeah, clean us. So while it's decreeing a thing, I have to find a way to pay for it. And so I called for help. And let's see if I'm going to get some help. So yeah, I went to Napa. First I was going to the dealer, but the dealer wanted me to pay $175. I was like, excuse me? They were like, yeah, you pay $175 so we can tell you what's wrong with your car. I was like, I know you're the dealer, but I just think I can get a better price somewhere else. So I stepped out on chance and stopped somewhere else. And I'm gonna deal with Napa. Oh, that's much better because Napa is I like Napa. Always have, always like Napa. So I'm gonna deal with them. And what else you got, Tom? And green eggs and ham. Yeah. So, what else is there? What else is there? Nobody's here. Nobody's talking to Tom. It's all good. Nobody wants to talk to old Tony. Nobody knocks off old Tony. So, praise the Lord, saints. So, pickles and jelly. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah. So that's going down. Let's see if I can get some stuff going on. And I went and got some more appliances today. And I went to the junkyard. You know, and you know what? I found a set of old GE washer and dryer, and I wish I didn't have to throw them away, but I don't have no more space. Like, I'm literally all out of space. And I wish I could have kept the washer. I guess I could have. But I got rid of them. I needed the money. I need the money. I needed the money, man. Like, nobody's buying. I haven't sold anything. You know, this is bad. I'm having a dry. Like, nobody's buying anything from me. You know, told me my prices were too high. I'm like, what are you talking about? $175 for a good washer? They were like, yeah, we found something lower. I was like, I said, I can't argue with that. You know, people are lowballing now, man. And if you want to get with them, you gotta go down there. It's like, you gotta get rid of that inventory. You're gonna be selling your stuff for $120 for really good, like a really good one, man. Like, damn. Like you don't want to sell your washer for $120 and you like, fixed it. You don't want to, you're only gonna get $80 out of that sale because you fixed it. If that, I mean, $80 is $80, but once you look at what it takes to get one, gas, and then you might have to pay $30, $40 for it. Then you might have to put $40 in the. You'll be in a negative soon enough. That's why you can't. Junkyard's good money though. So there's about 2 different junkyards that I hit. There's 3. No, there's 2. There's 2 so far. But there's one I'm gonna start visiting on Refugee. But yeah, I hit 2 today, and I did okay. I did okay. I could have did better if I would have got rid of. If I would have threw away this brand new Frigidaire refrigerator I got. I brought it home. I plugged it in. I was like, what's wrong with it? Didn't come on. I was like, uh-oh, let's look at the power. Had enough power. I was like, wait a minute. This is a Frigidaire. And I was like, let me open this thing up. Single door top freezer. Boom. One twist. Pow. Come right on. The timer. So I'm going to get a timer for it, just in case you guys, nobody's here right now, but just in case somebody does come on here. This is a timer for a Frigidaire or a Whirlpool. They look a lot like this. Cost $11, so I'm just going to, hell, I might put this one in there. But if this one doesn't work, I'm going to go ahead and get a new one. You know what I'm saying? Don't cost that much. Pop that joker right in there. And boom. So, yeah. And so I've been eyeballing. So there's a couple things I need to get. That's why I've been hitting junkyard hard. Plus, I need to get rid of a lot of stuff. A lot. Like I'm gonna go and clean my whole living room out, get rid of that stuff. It's too much. But yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's what's going on with me. Hope everybody's doing all right. I'm just gonna make some music while I'm here. Just kind of like yo, what up? What's good with you, homie? Ladies love Cool J. Shoot, Tone, what up, man? How was your day? Man, I just went through all that and I'm gonna go through it again. All right, so here's what I did. You know what? I'm not done with this. My nose was doing a thing last night. I didn't get a lot of good sleep. I don't know, the dust is getting to me, so I had to go buy some. I need to air out my house or whatever. But I got a later start than usual and fired up the truck, got on up out of here. I had some, I already had some stuff I wanted to throw away on my trailer, so I had 3 items on there. So what I did was I went to the junkyard, I dropped those off, and then I headed up further north to see if I can get some more appliances, see if they were getting rid of any. They didn't have any, so then I went out east to see if I could find some appliances out there, and they had 3 appliances. They had an old washer and dryer GE set. I threw that away, even though I know it worked. And then they had a Frigidaire refrigerator, single door top freezer, apartment size, black. So I brought that home because it looked really nice. I was like, why isn't this working? So I looked around in it, boom, 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 just saw that it wasn't coming on. Well, it was on, like the lights were on, but it wasn't powering up or anything. And I looked and saw what kind it was, looked at the inside, took a screwdriver and went bing, and the whole thing came on. So it was this. It's the timer. So as soon as you open, not the freezer door, but the bottom drawer, as soon as you open the bottom door and there's a light right there, you just move your hand up probably about this far, about this distance. You're going to see this right here. You just take a screwdriver, put it in here and twist it, and it'll cut right on. The whole thing will cut on. That means this is bad. This costs $11. So that's a whole brand new refrigerator, very nice looking, that they threw away for, an $11 item. And I kid you not, this cost $11, $11 to $14, this right here. You know how long it takes to put in? About 15 minutes. Yeah. Yep. It's $11 item right here. I kid you not. You look up on Amazon right now, you can get them for in between $9 to $25. It's just a timer. That's what it is. So I'm gonna take this one. Test it. I don't have my meter in here, but I'm gonna test it. I think this one is actually okay. I'm gonna see if this one is comparable, and I'm gonna put it in there and fire it right back up. But yeah, so right now it's running, and the freezer is almost down the temperature, and that's a top freezer. So the freezer has to get cold. Then it's gonna push all the air down. So the refrigerator part's gonna take a little while to get cold, but you know I'm gonna let it run all night. And why not? And if both sides are up and down is chili most, that's it. Uh, I've already got pictures of it, so I'm gonna post them tonight. Post it for $1.75. See if somebody comes and gets it. Yeah, it's a good fridge. I don't see why not. Some landlord will be like, I'll take it. I used to sell those things like candy. Yeah, and I mean, when I say it's brand new, it is brand new. Yeah, so $1.75, I'll flip it. But yeah, I did that, and yeah, that was kind of my day. Got some Charlie's while I was out. Good steak sandwich. Yeah, just had a chill day, man. Hit the junkyard twice. Yeah, a junkyard, man. That I tell you what, that junkyard. I really like that junkyard, man. I really do. You need some cash and you got a way to haul some stuff. Like you need $10, $15 just to, get a meal or something, a little bit of gas. You got a refrigerator that you don't want, haul it on in there. They'll take it. $15. Haul one of those things in there. If you got a washer and dryer set or whatever, there's people who make a living just off of the junkyard. There's people who are serious about the junkyard. Bling, 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 bling. Yeah, there's some people who are serious about the junkyard, man. So, if times ever get a little, there's a guy in my neighborhood who picks up people's items, trash, and fixes them. Yeah, and flips it. Yeah, I've been doing it for years, man. I've been doing it for years. And I'm telling you, it's a beautiful thing. How you got some companies that like they'll sell you their stuff. They'll sell you when they don't know what's wrong with it. They'll be like, yeah, $30. It's yours. And I mean, if you're like really that refrigerator dude, I'm talking about if you got the torches and you got you got the equipment, you got all three gases, you got it. You're that refrigerator dude. Like, bro, once the economy kicks back in, you'll never be broke. I've never been broke ever since I started messing with refrigerators. You know what I'm saying? Because I'll do that, then I'll do promotions, then I'll do something else. And, right now everything is slowing down because of the economy. So it's getting tough now. But other than that, when the economy is just regular deg, Yeah, man. Especially for an older person who wants to just like you don't wanna like I don't wanna be out there hauling stuff like I used to. I don't have the energy anymore, to be snatching refrigerators out of taking them up 3 flights of stairs. I ain't got that no more, man. But if you wanna be the guy to just, fix them up and tell people to come get them, I still do that. I don't even have all the equipment and I'm still doing it. I can assess a refrigerator with no time. Um, Now I got a Samsung. Turned that on. Power came on. Started blowing. Compressor came on. Started blowing. I'm like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Didn't get cool. I was like, oh man, what's going on with this? This like when it gets to, like when you get these ones, these are the ones that where it's like it's at my limit. These are the ones where you might have to start cutting, pipe and trying to figure out. These are the ones where you gotta, like I looked at the motherboard, I looked at the PCB board. The PCB board was lit up red, which is good, red solid light. I was like, okay, now my PCB, my compressor's on. All right, so I'm not getting any signals there. This is when it gets tough. When a computer isn't telling you what's going on, this is where the rubber meets the road. You're like, it's a tough, you know what I'm saying? Because it's not throwing any codes. Like the display's not having any codes. The on the back of it, it's not, any codes. The motherboard is not showing any codes. There's another way for the display to show codes. There is another way, and it'll show 4 8s. Then you got to go to the back of the refrigerator, and what'll happen is it'll look like an 8, right? But there'll be parts missing. So there'll be here, 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 and then here, here, and here, and there's a line in between. And you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4. You'll see 2. So you have to go to the back and decipher the code that it's telling you. Because they'll say if it's this side and it's up top, it's A1. You gotta figure out and then go to the back and go, okay, this is blinking, so this is A this is B that. And once you look at it, then you gotta go and go, okay, it's this sensor or it's that. So I'm gonna have to do that dance with this big old joker. It's a big one too. And it's good and bad. The good part is that you're learning. You learn more. Uh, and well, there really isn't no bad part. I mean, it takes up space because it's 36 inches wide. But I'm thinking I'm gonna have to put some gas in it. Uh, but I'm not even gonna do that yet. I have it turned around, so I got to flip it all the way back around, and it's heavy. Once I flip it all the way around, I gotta turn it on and push some buttons to the display, and then the display is gonna, the display will start lighting up and saying certain things. And once it does, then I gotta look behind it. I gotta do that whole dance. It's a whole dance you do. But for right now, it's it looks like it works fine. The fans come on and everything, and just by the fans coming on at the top and at the bottom, and there's no ice, just with that motion going on, I can narrow it down to what it might be. Then once I looked at the back and I took the panel off the back and I looked at the compressor, and then I looked at the pipes, I looked at the copper, and I'm like, okay, so now I'm also, I haven't tested them yet, but I can also look and see if it's leaking there or not, because there'll be oil in certain places. So that knocks out leaks in that spot. So now the more that it isn't, the worse it gets. So now I'm looking, I'm like, it could be It could be that there is a gas leak somewhere and all the gas leaked out of it. So once I check the sensors, that's probably what it is. I'll take a leak detector to it. It probably doesn't have the gas in it at all. And then, how long have I been fixing on them? Probably about 5, 6 years. Yeah. And once I just kind of go around with a leak detector, it probably won't have any gas in it at all. But now the worst has come to fruition. I already looked at the motherboard. I didn't see anything out of place. And I'm already thinking the worst, which is it has a leak. And if it has a leak, now I have to find out where it is. And if the leak is inside of the refrigerator in between the walls, that means you have to tear the metal part off the back and then go and find out where it is. Don't do it. It's lights out. It's lights out. I've done that before. It was a headache. I went and bought a heating gun. I mean, I went in. I bought the bro. I was like, I'm gonna find this leak and I'm gonna get busy, bro. I went and bought like a couple $100 worth of stuff, man. Like I was going after that league. I tore the back off of it and everything. I was going at it. I didn't find it. I ditched that thing, man. And the thing about Samsungs is if it's one of the doors that opens up like this one opens up like this and like this. So it's a 4-door. Well, if it's one that opens up like that all the way in the back where the air comes out, that's 2 fans back there. Once you pull out all the glass and you pull that assembly out, if you're real careful with it and disconnect it the right way, you can sell that for like last one I sold was for like $165. I kid you not. If I'm lying, I'm flying. Just the fan assembly. Just that styrofoam fan assembly. I sold that separately on eBay. I've sold 2 of them. Yeah. The ice maker, you can sell the ice maker for like $120. I've sold like 3 or 4 ice maker. The ice maker tray, I've sold that for like $67. That's the good thing about the Samsungs. If you can't figure out how to fix them and you want to ditch them, you strip it down and you put it on eBay. Just the little trays, the little milk trays. I've sold milk trays for $89 each. Just the little milk trays. On the doors, these. I've sold like 5 of them. I'm telling you, Samsung, because it's so popular, you can strip a Samsung down and just, if you have the space and you're like, I'm gonna get in the weeds in this damn thing, because that's how I am when I get one. I get gun ho, man. I'm like, I want to know. I get my tools out. I get my tools out. I want to know what's wrong with it. I want to diagnose it, because when you get to a customer's house, you don't want to play. You get to a customer's house, you want to be better and better and better. So sometimes a customer will call me out of the blue and say, hey, can you fix this? Like I had a customer call me last week and said, hey, can you come and look at my dishwasher? I never worked on a dishwasher before. I went in there. I said, I'm going to come up there and clean it. He was like, bet. I said, cost you about $1.50. He said, how about $1.20? I said, I'll do it. I came up there, cleaned it, didn't fix the problem. I said, you probably need a pump. He said, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it. It's like, cool. That's on him. He's gotta get rid of it. That's his money. But I need $1.20 off of it. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I think these people want people like me that fixes things. I think they want the prices to be cheaper. It's just like, no, we're not. We're not gonna do stuff for pennies on the dollar. We're not, because it costs us time. You know what I mean? But yeah, so whenever you go to somebody's house, you want to be like you want to look the part. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to go in there and just be guessing. And I've done that before. So I was like, I need to tighten up on my game, because there are some guys who are just so good. They're just so good at what they do. They can go in there and boom, bop, bam, and it's, they already know what the problem is. But sometimes their problem is they charge way too much. And they're not as patient as I am. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, how's your day going? Yeah, they want cheaper. Yeah, and it's like, it's getting to the point where I'm like, I'm not the cheapest guy. You want your washing machine to work, but you want me to do it for pennies on the dollar. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. I'm not gonna come in here and get all up under that machine and then you pay me lunch money. Yeah, I'm not that guy. Yeah, give me some something. I gotta get 100, 200. Yeah. I gotta walk out there with a couple hundred. Yeah, I gotta get something, McGillicuddy. Yeah, I did. I did a little bit. Why? What happened? Yeah, a little Donkey Kong. I was playing them when they first came out, so I'm that old. Yeah, I'm old. they do. Yeah. Yeah, they do. Some of those guys. Yeah, some of those guys are doing that. Yeah, some of those guys are killing it. Killing it! PewDiePie! That's all he did! PewDiePie was the biggest dude on YouTube until he used the N-word. Yes. I just, like I said, I just want to get in and get out. That's my deal. I don't want people, like, I want to get in your house and out your house. Like, I really like to, you know, get in there, make 200, 300, bounce. Electricians have to stay there. And they have to work alone. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind working alone, but I'm not working in the middle of the night, in the middle of the cold, in your creepy house. No. That's what you're going to have to do. You're going to be there alone in the middle of and they don't have electricity. It's just you. You're in there. It's like, nah, I'm getting out of here. I don't know what's going on this side of town. I'm out. I'd rather be a corporate electrician. I'd rather be a corporate electrician. Shut up the bass from the min to the max. Yeah, man, I want to get in and out. But to become an electrician, so there was a job I went to as a temp, right? Me and this one guy, he was younger than me too, black dude too. And it was when FedEx was opening up, not far from where I lived, actually. Yeah, man, just get in there and get out. But I couldn't, because we had to pull wire. We were pulling wire because it was a warehouse that we were, setting up. And there was two white dudes. The boss was cool, but his assistant was as big. He was a racist asshole. You know, he called me and he got the guy's boy one time, and I was like, I'm gonna hurt this dude, but I didn't come back the next day. But we were pulling wire one day, and it hurt my back because my back is messed up, and it hurt so much that I was like, oh my god, that really hurt my back. Like I knew I couldn't keep up. But the young guy was. That guy had came from Dayton. He had walked to the temp company. He walked there. He was living with his sister. He was pretty much homeless. And after showing up for 2 days, the boss told him, and he would have told me the same thing, but I couldn't keep up. He said, I'm going to pay you $17 an hour. This is 10 some odd years ago. It's longer than that. He's like, I'm going to pay you $17 an hour. He said, you keep showing up. Then I'm going to put you in an apprentice program. Just like that. That young man found his ground just like that. I haven't seen him since. But nonetheless, I was like, that's how you do it. He just showed up and was like, okay, what do you guys got? For work. And they was like, we need you and one other person. And I was his ride. He had no ride. We went out there. We busted it out for 2 days. I couldn't go back the third day because of my injuries. Boom, that was it. That guy got hired on, and I don't know if he's working there now, but I know that if he got into an apprenticeship, he's been an electrician for the last probably 10 years. And I know he's doing good. If he stayed with the program, he's doing good. Yeah. That is wild. You know what I'm saying? Some people that's just the way it works for them. He's a real cool dude, real cool brother, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, he's young, he was a young guy. So it was nothing for him to pull all that wire because, he doesn't have my back injuries. But for me, it just hurt so bad, and I couldn't keep up. And I was sad about that too because I would have had loved to have done that. I mean, I enjoy what I do now, but I don't work for anyone. You know what I'm saying? Now, can I go work for somebody? Absolutely. I got a couple job offers that came past me. Well, they didn't offer me the job, but they were like, hey, this is what we got. And one lady was like, listen, can you relocate? We'll pay you like $30 an hour. We need you to go to Pittsburgh. You know what I'm saying? And I'm from Pittsburgh, so that would have been nothing to me. Another job was like, we'll pay you $40 an hour. We want you to be our lead appliance guy. So when I tell you young people, when I'm like, listen, if your degree slows down and the office people are just like firing people left and right, like forgot what company it was. Some corporate company just fired 20,000 people. Told them all to kick rocks, a bunch of technicians, a bunch of computer, hey, listen, if it ever goes down like that, go and fix something people need. Get a certificate in it. Especially if you're young, you got a strong back, go out and start fixing something people need. They'll be calling you. That's what's happening to me now. one apartment complex. It was just like, yeah, you can come, you can live here. You know, you don't pay nothing to live here. $45, 45 a year is what you'll be. You know, you don't pay nothing to live here. 45 a year. We just want you to be our guy. Listen, sometime I'm riding around my truck. I'll come up to a gas station or something. People will see the trailer behind. They'll be like, "What are you doing with that trailer?" This is what people do to me sometimes, especially men. Men do this. Like, what you hauling? They want to know, and I'm like, shoot, appliances. They're like, here, take my number. One guy was like, "Yeah, man, I got a washer, and, dryer. How much does it cost for you to take it away?" I said, $30. I'll come get it for you. He was like, "Here's my address. When can you come get it?" I said, "I can come get it now." He's like, "Come on over." I went over to his house, loaded it up, boom, took it to the junkyard, made $30, then made more money off of just ditching it. I was staying in an Airbnb when I was in transition from one home to another. The lady who owned the Airbnb was just like, what you got going on with that trailer? I was like, well, shoot, I do appliances. She was like, really? Because I got some really old appliances I want to get rid of, and it's super heavy. I was like, oh, okay, I'll do it. She's like, how much you charge? I said, $30. I'll haul it away from you. She said, bet. We'll be over there because they were at their other house. It was like it's in, where you're staying at, but it's in the basement. Went down there. It was an old refrigerator. It was solid like metal. It was the thick metal refrigerator, and she had some other stuff too. That damn refrigerator was so heavy. We struggled to get that thing on there, bro. I made $70 off of that haul. I'm telling you, you riding around with a trailer and putting appliance on the back of it, and people will be looking at you. They'll be like, "What's he doing?" They want to know, what are you doing? Like, are you junking it? People will stare. They'll literally stare at you at a red light. They'll just be looking at your stuff like, because people need people like that. They do. Man, I'm trying to tell you, I've had businesses. I had this one guy. He doesn't call me anymore. I'm not sure why, but he was a manager at a apartment place, and he used to sell me his stuff all the time. I've had landlords buy my stuff constantly, but these people, they come and they go. They drop off and then they call you, and then that's how it is. Landlords tell other landlords. These guys be rich too. They tell other landlords when there's somebody they really like dealing with. Next thing you know, you got 5 or 6 landlords. That happened to me once. I was dealing with one guy. He was a landlord, but he worked for another landlord. He was like, "Yeah, I'll give you his number." That guy started calling me. Boom. I started running over all of his properties and selling him my refrigerators. Yeah. So I'm just telling you, if you're running around and as a utility, somebody's going to use you for what you're doing. There's a guy around town who has a truck. He has just a regular Ford pickup or whatever it is, and it's spray painted on the side. Very nice logo, and it's "Ask a Guy," or it's "I know a guy." So he's like a handyman, and on the side of it is like a picture of a handyman guy dressed in some dungarees and a hat, and he's with a wrench in his hand, and it's called "I Know a Guy." And listen, where I live, it's a growing town, so everybody wants to know, do you know a guy? And this guy is like, you know what? That's going to be my logo and my name. And he's like, "I know a guy," and boom. So you can just look him up and call his number, and he's like, "What is it?" "Yeah, I'll do it." You can go on Craigslist. I've done that before years ago, like 20 years ago. I had no money. No money. I went on Craigslist. I was like, what can I do? It is perfect marketing. I went on Craigslist. I was like, I need some money. I was just sitting there. I had no money. I went on Craigslist, start looking down. The guy was like, "I need a handyman." I was like, okay, this is interesting. I sent him an email. We exchanged numbers. He was like, "Yeah, I'm setting up this bathroom. I just need an extra pair of hands to help me with this." And boom, he's like, "This is what I paid. This is blah blah blah." Went over there, right over there. Didn't know what I was doing, but he was teaching me, and he was all boom, 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 do this, that, and the third, bam, 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 bam. Paid me like 70, $80. Boom, done. There was a this this company called First Choice. When uh, when it hails, these guys they look at Doppler radar all over the country. So they wait until it hails. And when it hails, there's a group of like 5 or 6 of them. And what they do is they come into that town, they rent a house, and they set up, printers and all that. And what they do is they'll have a couple guys come in, they're salesmen. They go around to the places that the damage is on. They look at the damage, they knock on your door and say, "Mr. and Mrs. Jones, we see you have damage. I'm from First Choice. And what we can do is we can get your roof fixed, blah, blah, blah." Then they call up a crew of Latinos, the guys who actually do the roofing. And then they'll call up, somebody who's local, which is me. And I will be the guy who will take the material from, I won't take all of it, but if there's material left over, I go get that material, take it back to the vendor so they can, get reimbursed for all the shingles and stuff that they don't use. Well, sometimes there's 14 squares of shingles that's out there. Those are some heavy bags. I got to take those and sometimes get them to the Mexican crew or take them from them and so I was the runabout. I had no truck, but I answered the ad anyway. They said, "Don't worry about it. Use our truck." They just needed a body. They was just like, "Just get up here." Boom. I got to see what had happened was I got into an accident. Somebody hit me. So I was waiting on my my check. Once my check came, I went and bought a Chevy Tahoe, showed up to work with a Tahoe. Boom, I had an Apple laptop. They was looking at me like, "What's going on with you?" They paid me $500 a week. And they was like, "We want you to go and measure roofs. Do you know how to do that?" I said, "Never measured a roof in my life." They say, "You're going to have to take a ladder and climb a 30-foot roof." I was like, "Say word?" I went, took a ladder and climbed a 30-foot roof, and I learned how to measure roofs. And then it got to the point where I didn't even have to go up the ladder anymore. I would just go to look at the house, bring it back, boom, showed it to him. He was like, "That sounds about right." And then they would schedule everything off of my drawings. I just got good at it. 30 foot is high, and it's no joke, and it's just you. You fall, that's your ass. Bro, I got good at just walking up to the house, looking out the roof, going from one side to another. I drew that stuff down, turn it in, and be like, "Here's the house from, Sycamore Lane, blah, 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 blah. Here's the roofs." Bro, they take that stuff, figure out how many shingles it is. Bro, I got good at it. I got good, bro. I got good. And they was like, "This lady needs a screen in her door. She needs a rescreen. Can you do that?" I figured out how to rescreen. Boom, popped in a rescreen. It was like, "This lady she has a leaky faucet. Can you do that?" I went over there and I figured out how to stop her leaky faucet. Boom. I was the handy. Yeah. "Hey, what's up? Hey, what's going on, young man?" Yeah, so I was a handyman. And it was just me and my Tahoe, my 98 Tahoe. Good times, bro. Good times. Good times. Sorry, I get a little choked up. Good times. Good times at Tahoe, man. But yeah, so and then when I wasn't doing that, then I would do marketing and promotions. But instead of getting a hotel, I would sleep in the back of the truck at the hotel. Oh, there was some good times, bro. That was some good times. Yeah. I'd drive way out to the country and do some of the annual festivals. Drive all the way to Kentucky. Indianapolis, down to Indy, to the speedways. Oh, bro, I drove all the way to Oklahoma City. Bro, me and that Tahoe, we got down, bro. We got down, bro. I had a whole sleeping thing in the back. Set up a Wi-Fi at the hotel. I go to somebody's hotel, get on their free Wi-Fi. I'd be setting up for my next job, bro. I got down, bro. I was broke. I needed to do something. Craigslist was my answer. Craigslist was the answer. Yeah, I was a handyman. I didn't even have my degree then. Shoot, I'm trying to, like, I wouldn't mind working in the marketing field for, something in healthcare. I wouldn't mind doing that. Healthcare marketing jobs are weird though, They're weird, man. Yeah, healthcare marketing jobs are weird, man. Yeah, so many sectors of marketing. Sometimes it gets where you can, but yeah, man, like I like the marketing field. I don't like how pompous they are sometimes. They're a little, it's just like you guys are marketing. Like, go out there and like market, but let me give you an example. This marketing firm hired me as a brand to go to a mall. Like they came in town and they went up north. They were like, "We're going to go up to this mall and we're going to post up within the mall and we're going to, pitch this product." And I said, "That's a bad idea because malls are private property." Well, this little Asian lady, I don't know why marketing people are like this. They just think it's going to go their way. She's like, "Nah, let's just do it anyway." Sure enough, mall security came out and said, "You guys can't do that here. Like, you have to leave." You know what I'm saying? So I used to do a lot of guerrilla marketing, like street level, even for, when it was, time to vote and all that stuff. I did some of that stuff. I did canvassing, knocking on people's houses. I hate it. I don't want to canvass anymore. But guerrilla marketing fit me because, especially when they made me the manager, because they would say, like one job said, "Anthony, it was for scrubbing bubbles. We want you to take this scrubbing bubbles, whatever," and we had a toilet actually we had to carry around, and we want you to hand out these coupons for scrubbing bubbles and blah blah blah. I said, "Bet." I tell you what, I can knock it out for you. I went down to the courthouse. We handed those things out like candy. Matter of fact, we handed them out so much we ran out of them. I went down to the courthouse. I actually went down to like all the major places like downtown. And I actually went in before the federal building, and the federal cops came out and said, "You can't do that here." So that's how I learned a lot of what you can and can't do. I'm like, you can't do that. So we had to cross the street. We still got all that stuff out, like boom, 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 boom. They called me, the company called me up and said, "Anthony, you did so good that we want you to do the same thing in Kentucky." They paid me $900 a week to do that. I thought the job was over. They was like, "Nah, we want you to go to Kentucky and do the same thing. They was like, we're gonna rent you out a van. You go to Kentucky, you find some place. They said, we know this. How we know you did good is because those coupons, those people actually came into Kroger's, and when they come into Kroger's and buy the product, we can see how many products are being bought. They was scrubbing bubbles. It's like, whatever you guys did, keep doing it. So I went to Kentucky, banged out the same thing. And the week that I went to Kentucky, they had the biggest art fair that they ever had. Whole street was blocked off. It's kid in the candy store time. We were just right there, boom, 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 boom. And when that was over, we found other places to go. I'm telling you, we ate that up. And then after that, they didn't have any more work for me. But what had happened was, because they had actually hired me as an employee for that time, I went on unemployment. I stayed on unemployment for a year and a half. I did, just because of that one job. For a year and a half, I was on unemployment because I kept getting extensions. Yep, because they made me an employee. Kid you not. Paid my rent and everything. Just from those couple of weeks at $900 a week, it's like 2 or 3 weeks, I was able to file. Yeah. Trippy, isn't it? Trippy. Yeah, it's trippy. Like, you don't expect stuff like that, but it happened to me. Happened to me, bro. I've done a lot, man, just to get some cash, bro. I've done a lot of stuff, bro. All legal though, but just out there in it, bro. Huh, huh, just in it, bro. In it. In it, bro. I'm trying to tell you. I worked this body, bro. I worked it. And I was thinking today, I was like, if I took all the items, if I took all of the if I took all of the appliances that I have to the junkyard, I couldn't do it all in one day. But if I took it all to the junkyard, I don't know what that is. I don't play when it comes to bugs. But if I took it all to the junkyard, refrigerators, everything, I'd probably get about $500. Because I made, see, I went to the junk. Let's see, I had a washer and dryer today. I had a dishwasher I threw away. What else did I throw away? Threw away, oh, yeah, a washing machine and a stove. Just with that load alone, got me 31, got me $50. So I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items. And if I count the items that I have, I would be looking at somewhere like $400 if I just unloaded everything that I actually no, I'd be looking at probably more, probably $500. Let me see. No, wait a minute. Yeah, somewhere around there, in between 350 and 450. Yeah, man. For example, in Florida, you only get unemployment for 12 weeks, while some states get it up to 26 weeks. I never applied for unemployment. Man, I had to live off of unemployment. People kept firing me, kept telling me no. So I was like, bet, I'm just going to be a bum. I was like, bet, I'm just going to be a bum. And then I started doing marketing and promotions because people just kept firing me and no and telling me no. And I was like, "Shh." Then I was doing marketing and promotions, and that was rough, but I was getting it in. People were hiring me because they needed bodies. So they needed you to stand for 16-hour days and in the rain and the cold. And I was like, let's go. So I was making money doing that. Then that fell, and they changed that. They changed the laws on that. You can't work people that long. So that isn't, jumping is hard, but I still do that every now and then. I got companies that still call me. Yeah, they'll still call me and say, "Hey, can you go do this?" And I'll be like, "Absolutely." They'll be like, "Yeah, we worked with you for a long time." They're like, "Yeah, you've been working with me for 20 years." They're like, "Can you do this?" Absolutely, I can do it, and I'll go out and do it. So I still get those calls. I just don't go at it as hard because, for one, I don't have to. But this summer, I think I'm going to go at it pretty hard. And I'm also eventually, yeah, I'm going to go at it pretty hard because I need to recover some of this money I spent getting all this equipment. I got a bunch of tools and shoes. I didn't get a bunch of shoes. I only got one pair of shoes, but I got a bunch of tools, and, and then it costs money to learn, and that's what I've been doing. I've just been sitting up here learning and learning. And while you guys are out doing whatever you're doing, I'm on YouTube trying to figure out how to fix this, how to fix that. Like I just got a stove, and I had to put a 3 plug in it. It had a 4 plug, so I can plug it into my wall. Plugged it into my wall, and only the top burners came on. Couldn't get the convection oven to come on. I was like, none of this convection oven works. I could have just stopped right there and sold it $50. Oven doesn't work. Somebody might have bought it. Or just strip it down, take all the parts out of it, sell it, take the body, ditch it, that be that. It's still a good living off of that. But I don't learn anything if I do that. I don't know how to fix it. My whole thing is I want to know how to fix this. So if somebody called and said, like one time, these people did call me. They said, "Hey, we heard that you can do this." And I was like, "Well, what is it?" They said, "It's a gas stove." I said, "I'll take a look at it. It'd be $75." They said, "Come on and look at it." I got up there and looked at it, and it was a doozy. They were like, "It's doing this. We don't know why it's doing that." I said, "It could be the pilots." Then I said, "Nope, all your eyes work." I said, "It could be a fuse." Couldn't find that. What happened is their stove is an older stove. And whoever hooked the stove up in the house put the stove down, then they ran a pipe up through it, and the stove is connected to the pipe on the inside. So I had to lift up the stove and I couldn't get it out. And I would say, this gas pipe is what's blocking this. Let's go downstairs. We went downstairs. We had to follow the pipe. Boom. I was like, "There's your hot water. There's your gas." And then boom, there it is. There's your cutoff right there. I said, "This pipe right here is your problem. You're going to have somebody come in and cut this pipe somewhere in order to get that stove out in order to fix it. Because usually you would just have a cutoff valve for every gas stove. There's an emergency switch. It's at the bottom to the right." I said, "You don't have a switch. This is an older stove." That is crazy. Like they have German shepherds. They were all in the cage. They were all barking, the whole noises out. And and it was a husband and wife, and they had no idea. And when they call me, I'm like, see, that's the thing about me. I try to investigate it all. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the regular technician guy to come in, boom, bang it out, and get out. I'm like a real social dude because I want to know the whys and wherefores. I want to know what you've been doing and why did it get this way. You know what I'm saying? Because this helps me go to the next house, and as soon as I hear them talk, I'm like, I already know what's wrong with it. I don't even have to look at it. Like I had this one lady, she had a refrigerator issue. She got my information because her brother came to my house, picked up one of my refrigerators, and delivered it to somebody else's house. He was a delivery person from a lady that I met online who owned a house, two houses. She was like, I need a refrigerator. You got one? She's like, I'll send somebody over to get it. She sent dude and, two dudes in the truck. They came, got it. He was like, I'm going to keep your number because I said, this is what I do. He calls me. He's like, come to my sister's house. She's got a refrigerator. It's not doing this, that, and the third. I get over there. I look at the refrigerator. It's a Samsung. I'm like, it's a Samsung 3-door. And I go, it's not heat. It's not cooling down here, but it's cooling down here. I was like, this is what your problem is. And I said, I'm going to push a couple buttons. I'm going to show you what's going on. This refrigerator is going to start cooling down, but it's going to heat back up really quick. As soon as I did that, let it go, temperature dropped, and it came right back up. She was like, you were right. I said, yeah. So what's going on here is it's not the refrigerator, it's your house. I said, something's wrong with your plugs. You're not getting enough power. I said, so she's like, so what do I do? I said, unplug the refrigerator and plug it into another circuit that's not in the kitchen. And they had a little like extra room, and they took it, put an extension cord because the brother was right there, ran it to an extension cord, plugged it in out there to the power in the wall. I never heard from them again. She was like, how much is it going to be? I was like, $50, I'm good. You know how much it would have cost her for Sears? It would have cost her almost $200 for Sears to do that. Now, I told her, I said, I can't, run through this whole thing. It cost you a couple. She's like, nah. I was like, just go ahead and plug it in, and if it, if something else goes awry, just give me a call. I never heard from them people again. That was it. No, I did hear from them because I had a delivery to her house for a washer and dryer. But as far as the refrigerator, it was right there when I got back over there. I was like months later. So that's why when I go into somebody's house, I'm like a chatty Cathy to the people instead of just going in and just get it out. No, because the people are going to tell you if they've been mucking about. Then they're going to tell you if, something is going on with the house. And sometimes it's just a storm. Sometimes somebody else was messing around with electricity. I sold this lady a refrigerator, and nice one too. Got it, delivered it. Her son helped me. Boom, got it in there. She calls me a couple of days later. Something's wrong with my refrigerator. I'm like, what's wrong with that one? I've tested it. She's like, yeah, it's beeping. I'm like, beeping? She's like, yeah, it's beeping and it's leaking water, and it leaked down to where the interface is, and now it's beeping. And she says, and it's not getting cooler. I said, ma'am, I'll be right up there. I said, but I don't think something's wrong with the refrigerator. I said, something's wrong with your house. I not only went to that lady's house, I grabbed my Ryobi, my 450, went up there, had that thing outside, got an extension cord, plugged her refrigerator into my generator, fired it up, and I was like, here, it's not beeping, like it's running just fine. I said, something's wrong with your power. And then she was like, my brother, here we go. As soon as they open, as soon as I'm like, something's wrong with your electricity, My brother, yeah, he went in and started doing this now with the electricity. Don't you know she was only getting 114 when she should be getting 120 and up? She tried to sue me. I was like, lady, go ahead, try to sue me. I guess like I said, it doesn't matter what refrigerator I bring here, ma'am. If you don't get 120, it's not going to work. And to prove it, I called Home Depot loudspeaker. I was like, here, let me show you. Blah, 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 blah. I said, yeah, and I got to the appliance department, explained the situation. They said, you have to have 120. I was like, ma'am, you're getting 114. There's nothing I can do. Like, she was upset at me because her brother messed up her electricity. Yeah. She tried to sue me. She threatened to sue me. Never happened. We're going back and forth. I'm like, this is why I talk it up with the people. And once I get in their door, I talk to them about what's been going on. And then I find out a lot of times it's them. It's not the appliance, especially if I sell you an appliance. If you're messing up in the house, then there's it's just going to be messed up. I had one lady, I had to bring her 2 refrigerators. She blew out 2 refrigerators of mine until I told her, you need a surge strip, ma'am. Because I went in there and finally tested her sockets because she was literally blowing. Poof, and I would take them apart and there'd be a big old black mark. I was like, what's going on? Turns out that her sockets were getting like 124. And her washer and dryer, her stove, her, microwave, all this was hooked into the same circuit. So whenever she had all that on, and then she would turn on like the dryer, boom, the refrigerator would blow out, and it would blow out the heating element. So what happened is the refrigerator would get ice in it, and the ice wasn't melting, so the ice eventually stops the circulation, and the refrigerator would start cooling down. It's all cyclical. As soon as you blow out that heating, and you gotta understand the heating element, it's just a wire from one wire to. It's nothing that mechanical that moves. So if you turn on that dryer is 240. Boom! A surge of electricity goes right through the refrigerator. Bam! It just disconnects that wire, and then you have a whole host of problems, and you don't even know it happens because you can't hear it. All you know is your popsicles are not cold anymore, and it starts cooling from here down, because it's a side by side, so it's cool here, cool here, cool here, cool. Everything starts melting and melting and melting. That's because there's an ice buildup in the back of it. Yeah, and this is why when you get a refrigerator, you take it apart and try to figure out what's wrong with it. Even if you don't, you still take it apart and become familiar with it. This way, you can deduce what's going on. I ended up selling her a refrigerator for $300. I sold it to her and I said, listen, you have to have a surge protector so this doesn't happen to you again. Once she got that surge protector, it cost her $30. I never heard from her again. Never heard from her again. It's the house. A lot of times it's the house. It's not the appliance. It's the house. But people don't know this. Oh, man, I got stories for days, bro. I've been doing this for a long time. I got stories on top of stories. People bring refrigerators back. People plugging in. The refrigerator doesn't work immediately. I already know what happens. If you plug that refrigerator in and it doesn't work, I already know what happened. As soon as I go over there and test it, I'm just like, your socket. Bro, I got so many stories. And it doesn't matter. You get to the nice condo, same thing happens. Sometime a thunderstorm will come through, boom. You get all kind of calls. People want new refrigerators because the thunderstorm came through. You're just like, what? You're like, well, all of a sudden my fridges are selling like because a thunderstorm came through. And what happened is in some area, a lightning storm grounded out a bunch of refrigerators, and they all surged. And people don't know that this happens. They just think, oh, no. That's what happened. Thunderstorm came through, boom, some lightning hit, grounded your refrigerator out. And they don't know it. Then when I tell them, I was like, test your socket. Sometimes I just tell people when they call me and say, hey, blah, 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 I go, just test your socket. And then when they test it the right way, they'll find out it's doing like 116. Even if it's doing 119, you can't do it. You can't. It has to be 120. And then some people are going mess with that. I sold this one lady a refrigerator. She thought I ripped her off. So I went over there and tried to fix it. I was like, lady, you blew your heating element. I was like, something's not right here. You know what I mean? And then boom, what does she tell me? My uncle, he tried to, boom, it's always the same story. Her uncle, what he did was he helped build a part onto the garage, and they were plugging into that part, but the electricity wasn't right. They weren't getting 120. So what happened? The refrigerator reneged. And you're talking about a side-by-side that has 5 or 6 different sensors in it. You have 2 thermostats in a side-by-side, one on the freezer side, one on the fridge side. That's just a thermostat telling you what the temperature is. You have a thermistor, one on the fridge side, one on the freezer side, fridge side. You also have thermostats on top, on the outside. They're telling you what's going on in your house. That's what your refrigerator is doing. There's a thermostat or thermistor that's on top of your refrigerator. You just don't know that it's there. It's telling the house, it's reading the temperature of the house. This one guy sold me a refrigerator, Samsung, beautiful, all black, beautiful. They don't even make those anymore. Beautiful refrigerator. This country guy, beautiful house. Went out there, his family was there. It was like, yeah, I kept it in the garage, but it wasn't cooling down. I already knew what was wrong. I just let him keep talking. I was just like, oh, okay, well, I'll get home and figure it out. I got it home, plugged it in, didn't have to do nothing to it. I already knew. I sold it for $400. I sold it for $400. I already knew. When I came there and I seen it in the garage, when he had told me it was in the garage, I rushed out there. And he was in the country. It took me a while to get there. I rushed out there. I was like, I'm going to get this refrigerator. I paid him $50 for it, bid him a good day, boom. Got it home, plugged it in, no problem whatsoever. That thing was beautiful. I'm upset that I sold it for $400 because I could have got 6. Yeah, as soon as I sold it, somebody was like, hey, is this still available? They wanted it at the original price, which was at $600. Yeah. Knowledge is power 100%. I sold that thing for $400. Gee, I made $350. Well, minus your gas. So about $320. Yeah, because I already knew. You can't keep those refrigerators in the garage because of all the sensors, especially if it's during the winter, which it wasn't during the winter, but if it's even the fall, if your garage is going up and down, the air is changing on the inside. The refrigerator's not going to work right. It's not. The only way it's going to work right if it's warm outside, comparable to what it would be on the inside. Don't forget, inside of your house is usually around 70 degrees, 79, 70 degrees. So your thermistors, your thermostats, they're all thinking 70 degrees, and that's what they're working with. You know what I mean? So they're opening and closing at the assumption of, a certain degrees. Well, if you have it sitting in 50-degree weather, then it's just not going to work right. It's going to be fluctuate, especially if the door is opening, the door is closing, door is open. It's just going to fluctuate in and out, and eventually you're just going to blow the whole thing. You're just going to blow it. Your refrigerator will give up on you. And it'll be something slight at first, then eventually the motor will go. Well, knowledge is, I just been doing this too long, and I've been all over Ohio, all over Kentucky. Bro, I've been all over. I even went to Pittsburgh and grabbed 2 refrigerators from there. I'm telling you, just little things, and you can just sniff them out when it comes to refrigerator. A lot of times, it's basic when it comes to refrigerators. It's some basic stuff, and I talk about it a lot because everybody has one. I try to tell people, listen, do this, don't do that when it comes, you know what I'm saying? Hold on a second. I'm going to see if this refrigerator, what it's doing out here. And I'm betting it's already at freezing in the refrigerator, in the freezer, and it's close on the fridge side. Yep. It's freezing. $11. That's all it's going to cost me. Isn't that crazy? Cost me $11. I'll sell it for 200 maybe. Yep, just a timer. Yep, just a timer. Yeah, just a timer. Where are you originally? Akron, Ohio. I was born in Akron. I was raised in Pittsburgh. So I say Pittsburgh, but I was born in Ohio. Do you grow up learning how to fix appliances? No. Where you got into it? I'm going to tell you how I got into it. I was at my old apartment when I moved from, and I looked around one day and looked at my cupboards, didn't have a lot of food. Was like really hurting about that because I was hungry. And I looked at my bank account and it said zero, literally. It was just a big old goose egg. And I was like, I got to do something. So where I lived at, there's a lot of people transitioning in and out. They're leaving, So I noticed that, when they throw their garbage away, they throw it away right in front of my apartment, And when they're moving, they throw out certain things that might still be useful. So I just start looking outside to, see if I can snag something. The first thing I sold was a stationary bike. I sold it for $60 to some people they wanted it for their mother who was in an old folks home. Came and got it. I was like, all right, $60. Next thing you know, I saw some appliances sitting out there. I was like, I know these appliances work because I know they just came out of those apartments. Boom. I went, I got the refrigerator, little top freezer action. I cleaned it up on my back patio. Boom, boom, boom. Posted it on OfferUp, $80. Somebody came and got it. I was like, that was it. That was it. I've never been broke since. Never been broke since. That was it. I'm not a big spender either. Never been broke since. Never. Never saw a goose egg again. Did I see it? Did it get low? Yeah, but I mean, I was doing stuff like playing the stocks and stuff. I mean, they got, what I'm saying, trying to do that and trying to find other ways of passively making money, but I had it to play with. Went and bought me another pair of wheels. That's how I got that truck I got now. Yeah. Ran into some other people who do what I do. Took off from there. Took off. But some of those guys were shady. I mean, I've been punched in the face. I've had a knife drawn on me. Some of those guys were shady and they would sell me refrigerators that didn't work. Yeah, I enjoyed getting punched in the face. Made me feel good because I was ready to fight. It was going to be a 2-on-1. I was like, let's go. Then they pulled a knife on me. I was like, you guys ruined it. They were like, well, look at your size. Yeah. Yeah, they were shady. But there were, I ran into some nefarious types. But, you learn. There's a lot of people into appliances. And you know what? There could be a lot more in it still because this city is still growing. I've been in some really nice homes. Really, really nice places. Really nice. I've dealt with some people who got money. You know what I'm saying? You want to know what they don't have? Time. They don't have time to fix it. Because they're making money doing something else. I've literally had people say, I was like, man, just go ahead and sell the parts on. They was like, we don't have time for that. I've had poor people tell me that. We don't got time for that. Well, guess who does? This guy. This guy right here. I got time. What is it? Let me see that. Bring it over here. Yeah, I got some of that. I got what you call that. I got that time. And I got those tools. Oh, yeah. Now, that's the one thing about getting into any business. You're going to need some tools. It didn't sit, they haven't set me back, but the tools, like, when you run into something you can't figure out when you're fixing something, you need a specific tool, like a spanner wrench. When you're fixing washing machines, you're not even thinking about a spanner wrench. Then all of a sudden, I need a spanner wrench. You know what I mean? You got to figure out what is a spanner wrench, and you find out it comes in two different, it's two different sections of it. Now I use it all the time. It's just like, who would have thought I needed a spanner wrench? You know what I'm saying? I ain't even heard of a spanner wrench. Like stuff like that. Like on certain washing machines, if you have to separate the tub from the bearing, that bearing can get stuck in there. There's a special tool to try to pull that out. And it's made just to pull that out. Because if you don't get that out, you need a whole new tub. And this is on the washing machines that, you put the clothes in, like the the stackables. You put the clothes in like this. That tub, not the metal tub, what's holding it is about $300-400. Yeah. And what happens is, because it's set up like this instead of like this, sometimes what happens is the clothes and the water weighing down on it, once they get a little older, it starts to loosen up and there'll be movement. And sometimes what happens is, when it spins, it'll sound like a jet engine. That means your bearings are gone out. Now you need to find out which bearing, because there's two. Yeah. And if it blows out, that's even worse. But once you hear that, that's it. Well, the same thing has happened to my car. That's how I know a bearing is gone, because I recognize the sound. I'm like, oh, I just blew a bearing. I know eventually that car is going to come to a screeching halt. Yeah, so mechanical things, bro. Mechanical things. It's all cyclical. That's why I tell young men, listen, get a wrench. Get a wrench. Or I'm coming to see you. I'm coming to see you, your wife, your kids. You guys are going to be sitting down to eat dinner. I'm going to be in your house fixing something. Yeah, you're going to pay me. No. Because I tell people don't live in regret, so I don't regret it. I found it when I found it, and that's that. and I'm gonna tell you one reason why. One reason why I don't really regret it, because YouTube. I learned the majority of this stuff from YouTube. If I would have tried to do this 20 years ago, I would have had to go to someone, say, teach me how to do this. And they would have said no. Now I don't have to ask anyone. I just do it. I don't ask nobody. I wake up like the stove I got. The stove I got. I haven't worked on a stove in years. It's an LG stove convection oven. I type in LG convection oven and what it's doing and not doing. I said LG convection oven, not heating. Boom. There's so many of us doing this that we're all sharing the same information. You click on one video, LG convection oven, not working. As soon as I looked at it, I was just like, that's what's happening to me. Guy, he takes off the back. He goes, you check this, you check this, you check this fuse, check this, boom, boom, boom. I took off the back. I started going down, boom, 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 boom. There it is. It's a little circuit board. It's a little circuit board about this big. And it's got a bunch of stuff plugged into it. Well, the wires were burned. So it blew one of the circuits. It blew one of these. One of these blew. But it was one that you plug into. So it blew it. And I was like, wait, how did that happen? So now I got to find out how it happened. And you know what? You know how it could have happened? A power surge. And what can cause a power surge? A thunderstorm. When I tell you that this LG looks brand new, you can tell somebody cooked in it, but it is beautiful. I was like, I'm gonna find out what's going on with this. Guess how much that board cost me? Because I bought it already off of eBay. $19. $19. That's it. Basically nothing. I'm going to take the old one out. It's held in by 4 screws. 1, 2, 3, 4. Once you take the back off, you can see it. You take a picture of it so you know how to plug it all back in. Take a good picture and a movie of it. You take it out, boom. You take the other one, you put it in. You plug it all back in. Boom, bands, beans, and hams. In you go. You plug it into your wall. And you hit bake or broil or whatever. See if it bakes or broils. Get it up to heat. And if it pops, then something else has gone on. But if it doesn't pop and it works just fine, then it was something external. Now, it could be a bad fuse, so if it pops on me again, that's $19, but at least I know. But I don't think I have any bad fuses. And I'm going to check my fuses. So I need to look at where the wire innervates from. So I need to go start from the motherboard, follow the yellow wire, follow the red wire, follow the blue wire, whatever the case may be. And you got to follow these wires to see where they innervate from. And they're coming from the motherboard. So they're coming from the motherboard and they're going right down into this other, board. And this board is running the oven. That's why the oven didn't work, because it's not getting any of the signals. Well, why not? There's a good chance it got blown out. That's what it looks like. I mean, it's black. I'm like, why are these wires, smokes like this? Something happened. Something heated those joints right up. So when I plug it in, I have to plug it in, turn it on, turn the heat on, and I have to look at the wires while this is on. Of course, I have a fire extinguisher there, and I'll have on my rubber gloves just in case, But I'll be looking the whole time while the oven's heating up The same thing I do to dishwashers. When I start working with these boards right here, I was working with this particular board. I kept testing it. And then boom, I hit a certain button and this starts sparking up, and that's where it sparked up right here. Almost caught on fire. Sparked up. So you gotta be ready for that. So I went on Amazon and bought 3 fire extinguishers. Came in a pack. I said, man, I want to be ready for that. Yeah. You don't want no part of that. You don't want that noise. So, you got your rubber gloves here so you can unplug, something real quick, get to it. You just want to pay attention to it. You just want to look and find out. You want to find out what's wrong with your fuses. You want to find out if it's a power surge, if it's not getting enough power, if it's getting too much power. You want to find out if the circuit breaker, if there's something wrong with that, if the breaker is got an overload on the breaker, because sometimes that'll happen, and that'll mess up your appliances just like that. Don't forget they're sensitive, and things like your refrigerator are constantly going off and on and off and on. The refrigerator and your AC are always going off and on constantly. That's what the sensors are for. Yeah. So you gotta let me put it to you like this. This is an old lady, lived by herself, right? She had herself a Whirlpool refrigerator, and the Whirlpool refrigerator was leaking. It was leaking gas. She didn't know it, and the whole kitchen blew up because she had a gas stove, and the pilot was lit. Stays lit. Well, the gas that came out of her refrigerator was butane. It's 600R. It's butane. It's lighter fluid. That's what the new refrigerators have in them. They either have cyclobenzene or they have this 600R, which is butane. Hers was 600R. Set the whole kitchen on fire. Boom! Yeah, bro. Yeah. Yeah. Appliances, bro. Appliances, bro. Crazy stuff. Good money, though. It is insane. Very sad. She lived. She lived and didn't do anything to her except scare the dickens out of her. What appliances, bro? Yeah. But like I said, I talk about them a lot because I try to save people money. That's really my goal, is to save you money. I'll come do it, but I'd rather you do it. But I'll do it. What if a fridge is cooling too much? Then you have a thermostat problem. Yeah, if there's too much ice in it. Oh, let me put it to you like this: all new refrigerators should not have ice in them at all. If you open up your refrigerator and you see ice, there's already a problem. All your refrigerators are no frost refrigerators. All of them. So there shouldn't be any frost or anything. If I open up your refrigerator and I see ice, I already know what's happening to your refrigerator. What's happening is your refrigerator is actually cooling down. Yeah, because your heating element is broken. Yeah, that's what's going on. Now, sometimes you can get a bad thermostat. So, a thermostat, see if I got one here. Sometimes I have some laying around. I got one in the kitchen. Hold on. Let me learn you something real quick. It's going to be valuable to you. This is a thermostat. It's a thermostat. Goes inside a refrigerator. Usually connects right onto there's a coil system in there. Evaporator coils. Hooks right onto it. One goes in your freezer. Yeah, it looks weird, but it's highly important. Costs about $35. If this goes out, your refrigerator goes with it. It'll start freezing or it won't freeze. It's because of this. Now, how do you know that this has gone out? Sometimes it's bloated, like right up under here. It can be bloated. This little part here. But the way you tell is if this is bad or not, there's writing on all of them. All of these are gauged. What's going on? So all of these are gauged and they all have the temperature settings on them somewhere that it's written, and you have to find it. And this one is here, but it's really small. But it'll say something like 60 and 15. That's telling you where it opens and closes. If one of these go out, the way I test them, well, there's a few ways. Yeah, one of the ways of testing it is by the motherboard. You can test it, but I don't know how to do that yet. And on each fridge it's different. But what I do know how to do is I'll go in and take this joker and cut it out. Now, what you have to do is you have to read what is the temperature it opens and closes. So if your refrigerator is not cooling down, this is going to be one of the culprits. Because if I check your heating element, your heating element's fine, your motherboard's doing good, your fans are working, it's going to be either this or the thermistor is most likely this. And then if I take my laser gun and my heating gun and I point and I see that it's 45 degrees in your freezer, it's your bottom freezer. And I'm like, 45 degrees, there's no way it should be that. And then I don't see any ice. If I see ice, it's the heating element. If I don't see ice, this guy right here, especially if the fans are working, because sometimes it could be the fans, they're working, but there can be the fans not working, and boom, you don't see ice, fans not working, but it's this guy right here. So what I do is I look at it, I'll check the temperatures. It'll say 60 and 15. I know in between 60 and 15 is either open or closed. I'll take this, I'll put it inside some ice water. I'll have that ice water drop down to a certain degrees where I know this is going to open and close, and then I'll test this with continuity. So if it closes at 15, I'll test this for continuity. If it goes beep, then this is not broken. But if it doesn't, this is what your problem is. It's a headache, isn't it? But it's good information. Real quick, what if it's back and forth from being super, oh, I answered it? Yeah, super freezing, then starts to normalize. Usually I would start off by getting you a new thermostat. But, all right, so if it's super freezing, then it starts to normalize. I'm going to check your electricity from the wall. I'm going to start from the wall. So I'm going to unplug it, then I'm going to take my meters and I'm going to check and see how much electricity is coming from there. But here's the thing. Here's the thing about your socket. If I check your electricity from the one that it's plugged into, because you might have two plugs there. So I unplug that one and I check it from the one that is plugged into. And I put the black on the left side, red on the other side, and it says 120. I'm like, okay. But then if I take the black and take it out and put it in the ground, and then stick the red one on the left or the right side, and it says 114, 110, 113, 117, your ground wire's out. If your ground wire's out, you're going to have results like that. So the first thing you do is start off with the socket. Because if that ground wire's out, there's nothing you can do about that on the refrigerator side. You have to turn off the circuit, take the thing off of the electricity, and reconnect your ground wire. Or your refrigerator is just not going to work right. Once you do that, then everything should turn back to normal. Plus your refrigerator resets if you unplug it. Yeah. So I'd start off there. Now, if that's okay, then I would look at your motherboard and I would make sure your motherboard's getting 120 and above. And if that's okay, then I would look at the motor itself, make sure it's getting 120 and above. And if that's okay, now I'm gonna start looking at things like your gas. So I'm gonna take one of these, C-clamp. This one's broken, I think. Yeah. And then I'm going to take off the back panel at the bottom, and there is a hot wire that I'm going to test. I'm going to put the hot wire in between here, and I'm going to see if you're getting 120. I'm also going to see I'm going to see if your gas is running from the motor itself, and if it's going through your low side. Sorry. So there's the high side and there's the low side. The high side is the warm side. That's where the gas is. That's where the gas is coming out of. The low side, high side, low side. Yeah, so high side is going to be a hot side. Low side is going to be the cool side. So you have your motor, you have your low side. Gas is coming into it. Boom, goes through it. Gas is coming out on the other side. So I'm going to see if the one side is warm and the other side is cold. If both of them are room temperature, then you're not getting any gas. And I can just take my heat gun and go boop, boop. If they're both reading, 70 degrees, you're not getting any gas. Then if that's okay, then I have to go to your evaporator, and there's just a bunch of stuff. Sometime it could be cat hair. So you got to check your coils up under your refrigerator and see if there's a bunch of cat hair, dog hair. Sometimes that's all it is. It just needs cleaned. So if you're getting that fluctuation, yeah, it's because your motor's working too hard because your refrigerator's dirty. Sometimes you put too much in front of the fan. There's too much food blocking the airway to where the fan is. So the fan can't circulate all the air. So it gets warmer. So you just reach in there and you just push everything up a little bit so you can get more air circulating, temperature will drop. Sometimes it's because too many people are opening and closing the fridge. I just had a lady call me from a fridge that I sold her 2 months ago. She called me and said, "Hey, the freezer's frosting up." And I said, "Well, there's a few things of what it could be. Do this. Let me know tomorrow." Well, what she did was she closed the fridge all the way, and she said the door was just open too much. Yeah, especially if you have kids and they don't close the door all the way. You got to make sure that door is closed, or you're going to start seeing frost. These are no frost refrigerators. Anytime you see frost, there's a problem. So sometimes the door's not closed all the way, and then sometimes this is when it starts costing you money. It is the gasket around the door. So you have a piece of paper, or you can use $1, and you close the door on the paper. If it sticks, you know it's right. But if it starts doing one of these numbers, your gasket is ruined. That gasket is $140. Was a tell we're leaving the fridge? Nope. You cannot leave the fridge open. You can't even leave it a half a crack. Any air that gets in there, your refrigerator is going to react. First, you're going to start seeing frost. That means it's getting warm in there. Yeah. That's not what you want to see. If you keep letting it go, now your temperature sensors are starting to flip out. And eventually, your motor will be working way too hard. And a lot of the newer refrigerators are two-step or two-phase, meaning so they're two-phase. So what they do is instead of your motor coming on, and whenever it comes on, because this is how a lot of motors get blown. They would come on, they would go from 0 to 100 real quick. Yeah, it's just good. It'll save you money. So when your refrigerator cuts on, okay, so you walk up to your refrigerator, you want some orange juice in the morning, nobody's been messing with it. Boom, you wake up, boom, you open it up. You open that door, you're looking around in there, boom. You grab, your eggs, whatever, boom, boom, boom. Refrigerator's still open. You're putting stuff on the counter that you're going to eat. Then you finally close it. What happens? The refrigerator kicks on, doesn't it? You hear it. You'll hear the fan in the back, and you'll hear the motor. That motor will kick on. Why? Because the thermistor said, hey, the temperature went up. In the refrigerator part, the temperature went up. We need to cool it back down. That's what it's doing. So, but the thing about the motor is, your motor kicked in and asked for I forgot how many watts it is, but it asked for a large amount of energy all at once. It said, I need this, and it went boom, and it went from 0 to 100. It topped off until everything cooled down, and the thermistor said, hey, we're good now. You can turn off. It turns off, and it sits there until it gets another command. Those are the old style. The new style, what they do is they have 2 phases to them, some 3. I think there's some that are 3. What they do is it says, hey, we need you to kick on. It goes, but you don't even hear it. Very, very quiet. Very quiet. You don't even hear it. Why? Because it's only on phase one. It doesn't need to go to phase two because you're saying, hey, the refrigerator is sitting at 36. This is the temperature that you set. It's sitting at 36. All of a sudden, it went up to 38. It's no big emergency. It went up 2 degrees. It's not a big emergency. That it comes on, brings the temperature back down to 36, cuts off. Not a lot of electricity. This is why people like them, because it saves you on electricity. Instead of going from 0 to 100, using all that energy, it just goes, 20% or something like that. That's what happens. Now, there is, of course, there's more mechanics to that too. One of the issues with that is there's a valve that actually does this, and if the valve fails, then the refrigerator fails. It's called a two-step valve, and it's in the back. It's got where gas runs through it. But if that valve actually gets interrupted in any way or shuts down anyway, the refrigerator fails altogether. So it's a little headache to deal with, but it's take and give. It's technology. You know what I mean? So that's what's going on. I know you guys didn't probably come here to talk about refrigerators, but like I said, if I can save you money, I will. And a lot of times, my simple advice is close the door. Close the door. Yeah, well, close the door, keep the door closed, as much as possible. If you're all in it and you're constantly in it like this, well, it is a mechanical device, and it's very sensitive, and they're not getting they're not going back to the Stone Age, which they should actually. They should go back to the older models because they worked and worked and worked. And, you get yourself an old Kenmore. Like I got an old Kenmore in there. I can turn that Kenmore on right now. That thing's just going to run for. I sold a lady one of those old Kenmores probably 5 years ago. I have not heard from her. And it was an old Kenmore. It was heavy, too. I sold her that old Kenmore. I have not heard from that woman. Not heard from her at all. Probably like 3 years ago. 3 years ago, I sold her. And it was, like I said, it was already old. It was like oh my God, that thing was 20 years old. Still hauling ass. And she had 2 girls. She had a preteen and a teen. So they're all up in the refrigerator every day. You know what I'm saying? Hauling ass. That thing is hauling ass right now. I like those a lot better than the new ones. The old Frigidaires, the old Kenmores, the ones that are like metal. They're heavy as hell. Hard to get in the door. Oh my God. But I tell you what, I'll take that over a new KitchenAid. I don't even want to see it. I do not want to see a new KitchenAid. I'll take a new Samsung. And the one I really don't want to see is a new LG. Do not show me an LG. I don't want to see it. I won't buy it. I don't want nothing to do with it. And I'll tell anybody. It all depends on the year. Be careful about LGs. Be careful about them. It's the motor. Less than 5 years, you will be replacing it. And to replace one of those motors, you could be looking up to $1,200. Depends on who's doing it. I don't know. I know how to do it, but I haven't done one. But if I did one, it would cost you at least $800 for me to do. That's plus your parts, though. So if you would be looking at a new, I mean, you'd be looking at a new motor, a brand new LG motor, depends on which one you get. You could be looking at 200 to 300. I like to say around 250. Yeah, you know, probably best if you got an Embraco, but yeah. And it all depends on this if it's phase one, phase two, what kind of gas you're putting into it. I mean, because you also gotta. I mean, when once you put it in, you just can't turn it on. You actually have to update the motherboard. Yeah, there's a computer that updates the motherboard. You gotta do that. I mean, it is involved. It's involved, man. So I'm saying that like if I did it, you would be looking at $800 easy. But like I said, you plus your gas, yeah, yeah, bro. It's a lot of money, bro. But you gotta understand, some people they got refrigerators that cost $3,500. I mean, I have a refrigerator brand new back there, cost $1,700. It's brand new, 1,700. It's a Whirlpool. So you'd be looking at $800. People do it. They go, oh yeah, I'll do it. Not to mention if it's a counter depth. You like there are some refrigerators that are so sophisticated, bro. The ones that are built into the wall, no no fingerprint, the no fingerprint ones that are counter depth built into the wall. You think those people are going to give that up? Absolutely not. They'll call a technician in a heartbeat. And they'll call a technician. They won't call a handyman. They won't call Joe Schmo down the street. They will call Sears. They will call the big boys and say, how much is it? And they'll be like, man, it's going to be around, 1,300. Do it. When will it be done? Give us about 3 hours. No problem. Knock yourself out. They won't even bat an eye. They won't even bat an eye. Listen, there are some husbands who don't want to hear from their wives. They don't want to hear it. And they know if anything goes wrong with that kitchen, that wife is going to flip. She's just going to go and she's going to say, hey, honey, the refrigerator did this. Or she's going to say, I don't like this anymore. Listen, I got a refrigerator from a lady. I got I bought a refrigerator from these guys. They sold it to me for $250. I usually don't buy them at that expense. This is back in the day during COVID. It was like, we want 250 for it. I was like, let me look at it. It was a 4-door Whirlpool, 36-inch, 34 deep, 70 tall. Boom, Giddy. It was beautiful and it worked. I gave them that money so fast. I sold it the next day for $1,050 to some Arabs, whatever, some guys that owned a store. They needed it. I posted that thing that night. I sold it the next day. almost $900. Didn't have a dent on it. Yeah, I gave him 250. Here. It was beautiful. Beautiful. Was nothing wrong with it. That was in 2020. Do you know what year that refrigerator was? 2019. That wife went into the kitchen and decided she didn't want that 1 year old brand new fridge anymore. And that husband was like, bet. That was the end of the conversation. That was it. It was a 2019. I can still smell it. I just couldn't believe it when I saw the year. I was standing there. I was standing there when I saw the year. Something got to be wrong with this. I plugged that thing into my generator. That sucker powered up. I was like, something's got to be wrong. I ran it for hours. That thing reached temperature in no time. I said, something has to be wrong. There was not one thing wrong with it, and I never heard from those guys again. And those guys were cool. They were like, hey, you sell refrigerators. We'll give you our card. You can sell them to our friends. Bro, I'm trying to tell you. I was like, lady, what in the Sanhedrin is going on here? Why did you sell this refrigerator? She just got tired of looking at it. That thing probably cost $2,500. Easy, 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 bro, easy. A new KitchenAid, a 35 wide, 36 boom giddy, bro, heavy as hell with the soft closing. Bro, there was not one dent on that thing. Wasn't a speck wrong with it. I'll try to tell you, these wives, they suck the money out of your orifices, bro. They suck the money out of your orifices. There are some bloodsucker. Look at this one, $1,700, 30 cubic feet, internal water, and that's an internal water. The one I had was external water. Here's one for $1,600 plus. Look at the more expensive ones. I think the prices are, oh no, okay, $1,800, $1,900 right here. Samsung 31 cubic. Yeah, here you go. 17. Yeah, they get up there, bro. Look at this one. This is what I was talking about. Samsung 30 cubic inches. This is the one that has the screen where it talks to you and shows you all kind of stuff. $3,000. This one, $1,900. Bro, they get up there. They get up there, bro. They're no joke. This one's $2,200 for a GE. Worth it. What the hell is that? Keep hearing something moving. And there's no top floor. There's nothing up there. Like, this is the ceiling, but every day, all day, it sounds like there's something moving. Bro, GE, 27 cubic feet, $2,200. That's without tax. Buy it. Buy that. Buy that. Buy it. Buy it. You will not go wrong. You buy that GE. Yeah, take care. Stay on a little longer. Tone, I gotta head out. Okay. Yeah, get that early start, man. Nice talking to you too, man. Make some music. Yeah, that GE, brother. Buy that. Buy that GE. Buy that Joker. GEs are the best. GEs are the best. Oh, this dust. I need some allergy medicine. I got some. Knowing it all. You know, I know I got some here somewhere. This dust is kicking my butt. Knowing it all about you. When it falls down, what you going to do now? Living it all. It all falls down. I think I got some allergy medicine. Yeah, it all falls down. I'm over here online, all sickly. Shampoo. Allergy medicine? No. Something else. Oh well. Still need this stuff. I sworn I had some. That ain't that insecure. All this dust flying around. Living it all. Don't forget to get saved. Jesus loves you guys. What's this? Addicted to females, the retail. You ever been addicted to a chick? I have. I was addicted to a chick. I was addicted to a couple of them. I needed help. I've been addicted to a chick. You ever wanted somebody so bad that you was just yeah, like you just like you just fall apart when you see them. Just, why don't they want me? I was that dude. Cried. I cried over a couple girls, man. I care less about them today. I cried. I cried so bad over this one, man. She just listened to me crying over the phone. She just kept calling my name. I could not get over what happened to us. It just hurt so bad. It hurt so bad. It hurt so bad. It was the worst. It was terrible. Never let somebody get you like that. Never. Never let a chick get you like that. 'Cause they'll laugh at you. They will. They're like, listen to them crying over me. Who cares? They don't care. Bro, they don't care about you. Oh, man. Bro, they don't care about you. Yeah, they don't care about you, bro. They're gonna laugh at you while they're with their other dude. They'll laugh at you, bro. Yeah, they'll laugh at you, bro. Women don't care, bro. They don't. They don't, bro. from his head. Say word. What was wrong with Teach? What happened to him? Jeez. What you got going on over there? He was playing soccer and got kicked in the bang. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. Got banged in the snot box. Kicked in the snot box. Jeez. That is cray. I got in the refrigerator today, man. Looks spanking brand new, except it got a little blemish on it. But I already figured out what was wrong with it. One of these. Needs one of these. Timer. $11. I'll order it tomorrow as soon as I take the old one out and look at it. It's already cooling right now, but it needs a timer. Yep. Get it all fixed up. Get it good to go. Yeah. I do have a flat tire though. I gotta take that to get it looked at. Trying out some new bases. Let's see what else. What else? Wore my new shoes all day today. I still got them on. Went to the junkyard. Made about 30, 40 bucks. 30, 40 bucks. Spun most of it, but still. And there was these white people when I was a kid. This lady used to, she used to be one of my guardians. She was super nice to me, super nice. And one day she introduced me to her daughter, and her daughter was like super nice to me. But I didn't think nothing of it because I kind of had a little fear of white people back then. But they were nice to me. Then she told me one day that her daughter liked me. I really didn't know what to do with that information. And there was this kid that I played football with. Like like they were all a family, like all of them were a family. I think his name was Gary. And it was the dad, and the dad was some kind of blue collar, hard working ass, dope ass white guy, like one of them white guys that you like. You know what I mean? He was like one of those guys. He was like one of those dudes that would like, I don't know, build a, 350 Chevy or something. I don't know, like drive a 79 Nova, with the roll down windows, kick ass. But he was like a real cool, like, dude, man. And I admired their family. They were poor, but they were working poor. But I really admired their family. Like they took me, huh? Did I have abs? Oh, bro, oh, bro, I was like 12. I was a super like I ran all the time. We were super athletes back then. All we did was compete against each other. Every day we got up, we went outside and competed. Every day, some kind of way, we were doing something competitive. I burned off a lot of energy back then. But yeah, I had abs, bro. I'm pretty okay. I picked that refrigerator up today. I wanted to see if I could do it. Just gave it a bear hug and picked it right on up. I'm not ever going to do that again. But I was like, I wonder if I can pick this up. And so I'm like, yeah, yeah. But I was just thinking about them because we played football. They loved some football, and I think that's what they really liked about me is I loved playing football back then. Gary, man, he was something. He was a hell of a. He played like guard or something. He was a hell of a guard. God, that kid can play. He can play. I just love the way he played ball. It's like this guy is on point. But they were so poor, man. But they were great people. The mother was always smiling. They had a house. They brought me to their house. And I tell you, just the women in the family were some happy females. It was just, I mean, it was a. I was just thinking about them because they left an impression on me. Mainly because they were so nice to me and I just didn't expect it. They were really, really nice. Nice people. I hope they're doing good. That's the one thing we had. We had football. The name of our football team was the Bellevue Colts. We played our ass off. We were the Bellevue Colts, and that year we were undefeated. until we went to the championship. We got beat. We got beat 14-0. We got wiped out. And our coaches cried. They couldn't believe we lost. But the coaches made a grave mistake, and they ran a play called the Monster. And the Monster left the quarterback wide open. And when the opposing team saw it, they just caved right in on him, and we couldn't get the play off. The stadium was packed. Our coaches, they just did not know how to beat this team. Johnny was our running back. He was fast. He was slippery, but we could get nowhere. These country white boys had our number. No matter what we did, we could not beat this team. And for the first time all season, we lost the game, but we lost it in the championship. That's what championships are made of. You want to see the best against the best, and we were the best until we ran into better. It was good stuff, man. It was good stuff. Black and red was our colors. The Bellevue Colts, you can probably look them up right now. We were something, man. We even had Bellevue Colt jackets. Yeah. I can still see the coach crying. He was this meathead of a coach, man. Yeah. Well, that's because I'm old. This is what happens. When I was your age, I was halfway across the world. You want to know what's interesting about that? I was in Darmstadt, Germany. I was very lonely. But the base that I was at was 20 minutes from Frankfurt. It's called Canberra Fritz. Ran by a 2-star general. The unit was called 32nd ADCOM, 32nd AAD. They're still there, I think. It's a missile defense unit. Recently, Donald Trump told the European nations that if you're going to need help fighting it, like if you don't help us, when you need help, we're not going to help you. So Germany said, well, since Donald Trump said this, we should kick all the Americans out of Germany. And then other nations, other European nations, all said the same thing. We want all of your bases out of our country. No Americans here. So the opportunity that I had some 30, 40 years ago, you no longer have. That is the reality of the day. And that's a shame because Germany is beautiful. Very beautiful. Very beautiful. I wanted to go back one day. I just didn't have a reason. Yep. My brother was also over there. He was at a different base. Some of those bases have thousands and thousands of us there. Thousands. They're sending us all home, closing down the bases all around the world. They're doing this to Americans. They don't want nothing to do with America. They're forgetting the fact that China is just going to steamroll any country that doesn't have the protection of America. They're going to, and the way that China's going to do it, they're going to do it by Belt and Road. They're going to do it by pretty much convincing you. They're not going to bomb you. They're not going to. I'll put it to you like this. Right now, in some parts of Africa, what China is doing, and some parts of Europe, what they do is China has the largest fishing fleet in the world. So they have tankers that are full of gas, and then they have these fleets of shipping, boats, and they're not war boats; they're fishing boats, and they go right along the coast, and they stay outside of the maritime distance, and they fish your waters, but it's not your waters because so there's only so many miles outside of the border of a country that you can claim. This is why the Strait of Hormuz is such a problem. So, like, we know that there's a Russian ship 30 miles outside of our coast. We can do nothing about it because it's international waters. The Strait of Hormuz is international waters, but it runs right along the coast of Iran. So Iran is saying we can close it if we want to. Everybody else is saying, no, you can't because it's international waters. So there's a big old argument over that, like, how can you just do this? And they're like, we're going to do it anyway. And so other countries are like, well, if you can do that, then we can close our straits just as well. And Iran is like, so what? Well, it's a so what until people start starving. There is no country on the planet that's a standalone complex. Everybody needs each other, even if you don't know it. Everyone. The oil that goes through the Strait of Hormuz is 20%, but it's not just oil, it's also gas, and it's also other supplies. Well, if you choke that off and say, hey, only a few people can come through here that pay to come through here, then you're going to have countries that can't afford to pay $2 million to come through your strait, especially for, gasoline and oil. Well, Donald Trump understood this. This is why he invaded Venezuela first, because Venezuela has a large oil deposit. Not only that, when Donald Trump first ran, what did he do? He made the whole slogan, drill, baby, drill. America produces 13% of the world's oil. So now America, being at the Strait of Hormuz is closed, we're telling all the European nations, buy your oil from us. It's like, who closed the Strait of Hormuz? Donald Trump knew if he attacked the Iran that they were going to close the Strait of Hormuz. And now that it's closed, he's selling his oil to other people, other nations. You understand this whole thing is about the petrodollar. This is why Iran is like, any oil that comes through here is going to be sold by the Chinese currency, not the American currency. You have to buy it through them, not through America. So they want to crash the petrodollar. Well, if you're going to crash the petrodollar, you also got to crash it through us. You just can't crash it through the Strait of Hormuz, even though that will hurt. Well, so what we do, we went and took Venezuela's oil, and we're still in business. You guys are going to need oil. Not all of you countries, not all of you are going to be allowed through there. Why? Because you had American bases in your country. Anyone who had American bases in their country and are still active can't get through the Strait of Hormuz. You understand that? So if you can't get your oil through them, you have to come through where? Us. You have to come through America. You have to get your gas from us. Or you go all the way around the Horn of Africa, which costs you even more and it takes even longer. So they're going to have to break some kind of way. So Donald Trump is like, you either get involved in the war or you're going to be on your own. Countries are like, screw it. Everybody that's American, get out. He's like, okay, do that. See what happens. Watch what happens. Watch. Russia and China is going to come and see about every single one of them. None of those countries can stave off Russia or China. Not one of them. And the only reason why Russia and China hasn't done anything to them is because of America was there. Who has the largest navy in the world? America. Even though you're going to, oh, China can't touch America. They can't. China has a lot of ships and they're building them a lot, but China doesn't have what America has. China can't move its airplanes to the middle of the ocean and still be operable. They only have 2 carriers, from what I understand, and their ships aren't nuclear powered. This is what cripples China when it comes to air superiority. China has China's got F-14s. China's got help. China has the J-30, the J-30 Mighty Dragon. That J-30 Mighty Dragon, that thing can travel like thousands of miles. The problem is where you launch it from. If they were on their carrier in the middle of the ocean, the Mighty Dragon would only be carrying half the gas. That's just to get it off of the aircraft carrier. They can't load them down because their engines don't have enough thrust. So it's going to be either one or the other. You're going to either have half your gas or you're going to have half the ammunition. All of that costs weight. This is why the Gerald R. Ford and 13 other aircraft carriers equals superiority all over the world. And they all belong to us. Because our nuclear-powered aircraft carriers can launch from anywhere in the world. The F-22s, the F-35s, hell, even an F-47. Hell, we could probably get a bomber on there, a B-1, a B-2. You see what a B-1 can do? A swept wing B-1. And if we have any AWACS or anything over your head, you can forget that. We just lost one. We have 15 others. We had 16 AWACS. We have 15 others. We can just gas up right in the sky and just keep going. You understand the importance of that. We can hit anyone anywhere. They can't do that to us. You know, people are talking about what Iran is doing. You gotta understand, that's a small part of the world. The world's a big place. Iran isn't firing missiles that go over 2,000 miles. They're not hitting Europe. America can hit Iran with, we can hit anyone. And we can see one thing America is demonstrating right now is not only America hit Iran 10,000 times within the last couple of weeks. They sank all of their boats and submarines. All of them. You know how long it takes to build that? It's not overnight. It's a lot of money. They sank all those boats and all the people on them. There are some people at the bottom of the ocean because America just came in and boom, it blew them all up. And this can happen to any Navy. There's no Navy that can compete with America, not one. Even if they have our jets. Some of them have our jets. They bought the jets from us. They still can't compete with us. So I'm saying China has a large Navy, but they can't compete with us. The largest ground force is Russia. We can't go to Russia and invade them. They will blast us back to the past, but we wouldn't have to. No one can go into Russia and invade them. No one. You couldn't take 5 countries and do it. It's too big. But when it comes to getting somewhere, most of the militaries that people are bragging about other than America is just like, are you kidding me? America can be in your backyard overnight. We can be in your backyard overnight. When Donald Trump wanted to go to Nigeria, he was there the next day. The next day, Nigeria was being bombed. The next day, they were being bombed from an aircraft carrier. Donald Trump was like, go over to Nigeria and bomb Boko Haram for killing Christians. The next day, boom. Sorties were flying over Nigeria. They got in there, they got out. There's no competition. There was no return fire, no nothing. F-35s flew over your heads. They didn't even know they were there. Bombed them, they got the hell out of there. So I'm saying, people are talking crazy about America and they have no idea the firepower that is raining down on Iran right now. Iran is not going to, you know what Iran asked for? They asked for $1 trillion. And even if America gave them that, they're still not going to recover from this for a long time. And Donald Trump took away the sanctions on Iran. They took away their sanctions on the oil and on Russia. So Russia's making money off of this right now. And Iran is too, because there's no sanctions on Iran's oil. It's one thing they've been wanting for the longest time. This is what started it all. Donald Trump said, fine, we'll take all the sanctions off of your oil. They still are bombing their neighbor countries because there are American bases there. So as long as there's an American base near Iran, Iran is going to bomb that place. Well, now all of those countries that don't want problems with Iran, now they want problems with Iran. Now Qatar and UAE, and they're all going, you keep hitting us, and the Americans aren't even here anymore. They're like, yes, they are. They're in your hospitals. You need to tell us where they are so we can bomb your hospitals. They're like, you're crazy. We're not going to let you bomb our hospitals. So what did they do? They warmed up their missiles, but they didn't fire them at Iran. They just start using them to block Iran's missiles. But the UAE is getting tired of that because the UAE needs gold from Africa. So the UAE they were the ones who were having oil and supplies come through the Strait of Hormuz because that was going to supply the military efforts in Sudan. I think it's the Sudan. I think it is. Yeah. So they're fighting over there against those guys, and they're supplying all the bad guys who are causing all this atrocity. Well, guess what? Those guys can't get any supplies now. So it stopped the atrocity that's happening in that land just by the Strait of Hormuz being blocked. It stopped because they can't get supplies. That's it. And now the army that they were fighting against, they're beating their ass. It's one reason why the UAE haven't attacked Iran, because they want everything to simmer down, because that's where the UAE gets their gold from. They get it from Africa. They supply terrorists. The terrorists go over there and tear everything up, and they destabilize. And as long as that country is destabilized or at war with each other, they can have people go in and dig the gold where the people who actually are from that country, they can't go in and do anything because they're at war. This is how they get all these countries that don't have a way to get gold. This is how they get it. They kill people. That's how they get it. You know how fast Donald Trump can stop that? You know how fast he can put the brakes on the UAE? You know what Donald Trump can do to France? To tell the France to stay out of the Sahel? You know how fast he can put the brakes on that? They were having a meeting some months ago, and they were in I don't know what country, but the leader of that country, they were asked a question like, could you survive without America? And he was like, oh, wait a minute, no, I never said that. It was like, yeah, that's what you were saying. He was like, no, I never said that. They look, America is the boogeyman. You kidnap the president, you put him in jail. You started a war with the cartel. That's in another country. So Mexico, Venezuela. You went to the Middle East and you kidnapped and you killed the Ayatollah Khomeini. You got rid of him. You went to Cuba and you told Cuba, if you can't make a deal, then you guys aren't going to eat. There's 11 million people there who's about to starve. They blockaded a whole country and said no oil will come through here. Except now they're about to get oil from Russia, but it's too late. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then Nigeria. They bombed Nigeria. And that's just what we know. There's no sitting president that's talking smack about Donald Trump. Not one. There's not one president sitting up here and said he is a blithering idiot and blah, 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 because you better believe the second that they say that, Donald Trump is going to have a very short conversation with them. He's going to look at what they need and what America supplies to them. He's going to say, well, you don't need this anymore. He's just going to take it away from them. And then there's going to be a knee-jerk reaction in the populace of the country. In the populace of the country, that country's going to be wanting something they can no longer get. You don't believe me? Ask Canada. All these countries want to pull away from America, not understanding that this is the largest consumer in the world. China is the largest manufacturer in the world. Russia is the largest landmass in the world. Africa is the largest mineral deposits in the world. You're not going to cut the American market out and not fill it. China found that out. Are they surviving? Yeah, of course. Did it hurt? Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. People talk crazy about America not knowing exactly who they, and this is Americans. It's like you guys aren't paying attention, are you? You're all happy because Iran, did something. Oh, soldiers were caught on the. they caught some soldiers and blah, blah, blah. Iran is kicking ass. No, Iran's not. Iran is hiding in shelters and blowing up people from a distance. And the soldiers that they do have to come out, yeah, they got a lot of them. There's 90 something million people there. Yeah, they got some damn good soldiers to come out, but compared to Americans, the technology that we have, you think that the 81st went over there and that's going to be it? You, you guys you guys don't remember what happened to Iraq? Well, I do because I was in the army when it happened. And I watched the third largest base on the planet empty within days. I watched my friends go away and I never saw them again. Fort Riley, Kansas was called on. Big Red won. You think the 81st Airborne, like that's it? Out of what, Fort Hood? You don't understand how many American soldiers there are. You don't understand. You don't understand. Listen, they haven't even gave Donald Trump the go-ahead to say this is a full-scale war. When they do, there are going to be a million screaming soldiers in Iran with every bit of technology known to man. It is not going to be a cakewalk. It is going to be a bloodbath on both sides. Iran is going to run and hide. I'm telling you, they're going to run and hide because they're not going to want anything to do with some of the technology. They don't want nothing to do with rail guns. They don't want nothing to do with what they hit Venezuela with. They don't want none of that. The Venezuelan soldiers said we could do nothing. 20 of their soldiers landed and took out hundreds of us, and we could do nothing. They turned something on and our ears started bleeding, and people just started dying. Their guns, the way their guns were shooting, they couldn't even believe the weapons that they had. I'm thinking they had M4s or something like that. I don't know what they were shooting with. But you think Iran soldiers are going to come out and go toe-to-toe with America? No. They're going to go in their bunkers and they're going to wait it out, which is a smart move. Iran is not stupid. There's no army that wants to go toe-to-toe with us. The technology is just way too crazy. There's no army that wants to do it. And you can look at Russia and China, and they don't want to do it. You can look at their radar systems, our radar systems. They have bombers, we have bombers. They have jets, we have jets. Hell, the Russian Sukhoi is no joke. The MiG-29s, the Russian Sus. Su is short for Sukhoi, which is the name of the company that makes the airplane. Tough, very tough, stealthy, but as stealthy as an F-22. F-22 can hit you from hundreds of miles. You don't even know it's there. That's the whole purpose of stealth. It is the most stealthy plane on the planet. But if an F-22 got into a dogfight at close range with a Russian Su, if they got into a dogfight with a Russian Su, the Russian Su will win. Why? The F-22 doesn't have the range of the Russian Su. The Russian Su is faster. So is the J-30. The Mighty Dragon is faster than the 22, and it has longer distance. The problem is when the 22 gets out of sight. When it gets out of sight, the party's over. Neither one of those two monsters can handle a 22. That's the whole purpose of it. So you understand what you're fighting. You're fighting what you can't see. America has technology to fight and to blind you, or to to blind you, and they shut down your hearing. They shut down your sensories. They blast your ears. These are the weapons that will be dispersed on the ground if they go to Iran and they start a full-scale war. People are like, it's a full-scale war. I'm like, no, it's not. Fort Raleigh hasn't been called on. It's not. Do you know what else is on Fort Raleigh? The M1s, the tanks. And now they have the new tanks. They have the new 5th generation tanks that come out. You know what the new 5th gens do? Okay, so when America helped Zelensky fight against Russia, Russia was like, okay, I see you. What they do? They got rid of a bunch of ordnance they didn't want. But they also tested a bunch of ordinances. So the drones are the big thing, right? Drones change the battlefield. So now when a tank rolls out, a drone sees it, comes and hits it in the soft spot, which is what? The turret. Boom! Blows the turret up. Boom! Blows everybody in the turret up. Thus, everybody in the tank. You're not surviving that. Well, Iran has a bunch of those drones. They have mastered the drones. They have the Shahed. What Iran also did to the drones is they took the drones, which cost about $20,000 to $30,000 each, which is cheap. They put a warhead on the end of it, an explosive packet, so it has a big punch. The thing flies at a little under 200 miles an hour. They changed that recently and put jet engines on these drones. So now they fly faster. Bang! So if a tank goes over there, boom, lands on it, lights out, right? They have thousands and thousands of these things. Here's what America did. They saw what was happening to Zelensky. They saw what was happening to the Russians. The Russians could have been beat Zelensky. But what happened? Drone warfare took over, and the Russians wasn't ready for it. The tanks couldn't tank. So they was like, oh, okay. America was taking notes the whole time. The whole time. They built a 5th gen. It's already out. It's already out. The tank unit is on Fort Riley, Kansas, and that's just one tank unit. Like I said, Big Red 1 hasn't entered the chat yet. When those new Abrams roll out, they're lighter, they're faster, they have more armor, and the turret fires by itself. There's no one sitting in the turret. So if you hit the turret, for one, it's better armored. 2, there's no one sitting there. Everyone is under and behind it. So if the turret blows, all the soldiers are still alive. And it's auto-loaded. The tank will still be going. It's auto-loaded. There's nobody there to kill. There's about 3 people sitting in it, operating it. It's a whole, listen, these recent wars have changed everything. 4th generation tanks are no good on the battlefield. Yeah, at a distance, but if they're going to travel down the road like they used to in World War I and World War II, you can forget that. You can't do that no more. You're not going to see a panther just out there just roaming around. It's not going to do it. It's not going to happen because they'll get blown to smithereens because of drones. America has fixed that problem already. Don't believe me? Look it up. Look up the fifth generation tank. Look it up. It's amazing. Can go underwater to a certain. Actually, Germany had tanks that did travel underwater. It didn't work out too well. A whole unit got trapped underwater. They all drowned. They all drowned. They're still there today. It's in shallow water too. So I'm just saying, people are talking crazy about America, and I just, as a soldier, if you look at what America is doing from a military point of view, which is what we are a military country. We're a militant country. That's what we are. We are the world's biggest military country. We focus more on military than anything else. We have more bases around the world than anyone else. Anyone. There is no foreign base in America. There's going to be, but there's not now. There's been talks about having one from some small country. But there's no foreign bases here. There's foreigners here, but there's no foreign bases here. There's no foreign military here. You can choose a country, and there's a military base there that's USA. Go ahead, just pick one. Pick one. And there either was one there because in the last 5 years, there's been a lot of them, saying, "Hey, we don't, need you here anymore." But in 2020, pick a country, pick one, and there's a military base there. There's an American base there. Pick a country. That says something. We're everywhere. And now all these countries are like, "We don't want you here anymore." And America's like, "Fine. Fine. No problem. No problem. No problem." Look at what Iran did. Iran attacked 5 other countries that wasn't paying them any mind. 5 of them. Opening salvos. 5 countries. If Iran had the range, we don't know that they don't, to strike all over the world, and they had the same mind frame, Iran would be a pile of dust right now because they would have hit every single country. Every single one. I don't think we're in China, and I don't think we're not in North Korea. We're not in China. We're not in Russia. So there are some countries, but the majority of countries were there. We have some influence there. So it just amazes me that people think that Iran is doing this huge thing. Not only that, they're naturally not going to be able to keep the strait closed because the pressure is building. No pun intended. And this pressure is coming from everyone else who doesn't have oil. Just imagine you're in a small town, and that small town gets hit by a famine. There's nobody else for miles around. You can't travel to anybody else, and you have all the food. Your house has all the food, and there's 3 other houses that have food. But one of the house is blocking you from getting to 2 other houses. Guess whose house you're coming to? You're coming to our house. And when this happens, and it will, because people will not have a choice, they will come to America to buy their oil. They're not going to have a choice. All this, we don't want your bases here anymore. Just give it another 2 weeks. Oil is already up. What? A buck. A buck what? It's already through the roof. Just give it another few. And once wheat, it's another thing. Once these products hit a rate of no return, it's going to be all bad. Once your country, like Cuba, is an example of this. I don't know what that is. Cuba is an example of this. Cuba hasn't had oil in months. So they're sanitary, their water, can't get fresh water if you can't pump it. You need engine oil to do that. Their food, their hospitals, their military, their imports, exports. You're not importing, exporting nothing. You don't have the oil to do it. And now look at them. There's 11 million people just, and I hate that this happened to them. I'm totally against it. But I'm not the president. I don't know what's going on. But I hate that it's happening to them. What's happening to Cuba is going to happen to a lot of other countries. It's going to be the smaller ones first. It's already happening. And it's happening to the ones in Asia. The small countries in Asia, they're feeling it. And India is feeling it now. You know, India, they need a lot of gas. You know what they do with it? They cook their food with it. But they go to the market and they buy gas cans and then they cook on these small burners. There is no gas. Most countries have a reserves. Their reserves are running out. You understand that? Once you get to a point where there's a point of no return in all this. Once you get to that point, Cuba has hit that point and they're past it. Other countries are going to have this too. I think it's called the law of diminishing returns. It's going to be bad. It's going to be countries all around the world, in Africa too. Africa has discovered they have oil in different places. Hell, Uganda just discovered they have oil. But you know what one of Africa's biggest imports is, which makes no sense to me. One of Africa's biggest imports is rice. It makes absolutely no sense. Why is one of your biggest imports rice? Africa? Rice. Africa loves to import rice. But you're Africa. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. But it's like, Africa, why are you importing rice? Why? Because they love rice. They eat a lot of it. It goes with a lot of their foods. But it's like, why don't you just grow it? And you're like, no, we're just going to import it. You know, another one of their biggest imports is chocolate. Africa, you're the largest chocolate producer. No, we're the largest cocoa bean cocoa bean or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, but we don't, go ahead and manufacture it. We just sell it to other people. Then they sell us chocolate. It's like, Africa, are you sick in the head? Blue Blazers. It's like, Africa, are you sick? So some African presidents have realized this, and they're just like, we're going to start making our own rice. Burkina Faso, 5 years ago, was barely producing enough food to feed their own countries. Now Burkina Faso has produced so much food that they are called on to aid other African countries. Just drink that in. As a matter of fact, some of their neighboring countries get so much food from Burkina Faso now. And one of the things is tomatoes. They get fresh tomatoes from Burkina Faso. This country was barely producing. Their tomato plants were shut down 4 or 5 years ago. Ibrahim Traore came in and said, open that tomato plant up. He opened 2 of them. Then they started making all these tomato products, blah, blah, blah. They started feeding their own people. He bought farm equipment. He bought all this equipment. He said, you guys go out there and farm. They farm rice. They farm. Did you find the blue shirt? I got one. It's my emergency shirt. Just in case the president calls me. Wants me to come to the next chili cook-off. This is my emergency blue shirt. Anyways, so now Ibrahim Traore, he ran into a problem. He found out that he doesn't produce enough tomatoes to feed the other country's demand. So he said, we're no longer exporting tomatoes. And the country that, wants tomato, they were like, we get 70% of our tomatoes from you. Please do not cut us off. He said, we cannot produce enough tomatoes for you. Our factories are running at full tilt, and we need a majority for our people. There's nothing I can do. And that was the end of the conversation. He cut that other country off like it was nothing. Oh, I'm just too big now. Nice blue shirt and a blazer. You got a person. There it is. I'm gonna buy some bigger shirts though. Well, I do have this shirt up under it, but I still I need to refit my wardrobe. But I'm just I look at a lot of world stuff, if you can tell. That's because I wanted to work for the World Health Organization. That's what I wanted to do. So America is not in this bad pace. You should wear it. Oh, no, it doesn't. It's dirty. No, it's. I need to prepare for that. This needs to go to cleaners. I need to find the button that I'm missing. I'm just in bad shape because I don't wear these clothes that much. I'm actually just going to. I'm gonna buy more. I'm gonna send most of these clothes here because I've grown out of them. I'm gonna sell them on Fendi. You know, then I'm just gonna go and get some. What's it? 42 longs. I think I'm bigger than that. 46 long or something like that. Yeah. Making a special live, sharply dressed, talking about politics. I can start giving a report. There are a lot of people who are in the geopolitics now who are just regular, everyday people. A lot of people are giving a lot of fake news. There's one guy, he's an Asian guy, he's giving a lot of fake stuff that isn't happening. He's talking about, ships that have been sunk by Iran. When I look him up, I'm like, this ship isn't sunk. This ship is. He's like, there's a U.S. ship at the bottom. I was like, that ship is not at the bottom of anything. The ship is still going. If it was sunk, we would know about it. Now, maybe, I don't know, maybe you know something we don't, but that ship is not sunk. Iran hasn't sunk any of our ships. Have they hit them? Yes. But to my knowledge, but that's not a bad idea. Based on a report from earlier, March 26th, the U.S. and Israel engaged in a significant naval conflict with Iran, sinking over 20 Iranian naval vessels, including the frigate Ares Dina. Conservatively, as of earlier March 26, Iran has reportedly struck international and commercial tankers with projectiles, while U.S. Navy forces have largely destroyed Iran's navy in the Gulf of Oman. It just doesn't say that they sunk any of our ships. I don't have any of that information. Is that information where any of our ships were sunk? But I just wanted to say that about America. America is so big and they're everywhere that it's just so hard to fathom how much and how spread out that America is, how difficult it is for other countries to come anywhere near that. You got to understand, America is so big that some countries don't have a military because they depend on America. You understand that? Japan doesn't have a military. Japan's military was sanctioned after World War II, after they lost. They were like, you can't have a military. This is what America told another country. Another country we were at war with. We beat them and said, you can't have another country. You can't have another, you can't. They may got some military equipment, but they don't have a large influence anywhere. Show me Japan's large military. They don't have one. They don't. The UAE. Show me the UAE's military. They don't have one. I mean, Madagascar, they have one, but it's very small. But Madagascar is sick of China. Why? Because China, is eating up all the food off of their coast. Taiwan has a military, not that big, but Taiwan is beefing with who? China, because China wants Taiwan back. People, listen. The word on the curve is China and Taiwanese are the same people. Don't forget these people enslaved each other. But they're like, we're the same people. We want that. That's the same with Zelensky in Russia. They were like, hey, you Ukraine, you are Russians, don't you? They're like, no, we're not. We're totally, our own. No, you're not. Same thing with Taiwan in freaking Xi. I mean, it's just madness. But most of these militaries are not that big. North Korea, not bad when it comes to military. Nuclear weapons, sovereign nation, sanctioned. Listen, a reporter asked a military exec, female, to the president, and he said, what would happen if North Korea fired a weapon at us, a nuclear weapon? She said America will release 89 nuclear bombs to hit North Korea. He said 89. He said, how many bombs does it take to destroy North Korea? She said 89. And this is North Korea, who has nuclear weapons. Just imagine a country that can't do that. If America wanted to, they could wipe Iran off the map. Like there would be no more Iran. It would literally be turned to dust. It would be like Chernobyl. There would be nothing there. Nothing. Iranians are good fighters. They're the kings of the Middle East. That's as far as it goes. That's as far as it goes. If they fire on anyone in Europe, anyone, they will be living in bunkers for the rest of eternity. They will be living underground. If they fool around and hit anyone in Europe, listen, you know what Iran's biggest win is right now? People are divided in the West. Iran loves that. Iran sends out propaganda saying, hey, black people, we love you. You guys are okay. They've been doing that for 40 years. Like, black people, good. You Americans? And then they even sent out a letter recently saying, hey, we don't even hate all of you Americans. It's just your regime. They say we have a regime. This is what Iran is doing. Iran is sowing discord amongst the union, amongst the European Union, and it's working. Most of them are going, hey, we don't want nothing to do with this war. Spain said you can't use our territory to launch your, army from here to Iran. Switzerland said, don't even fly over our, don't do it. We have nothing to do with this. Don't fly over our airspace. We'll shoot you down. We've done this before. Switzerland stays neutral and they mean it. They have shot military ships from other countries down that flew over their airspace. They mean it. Germany says, hey, we're just getting rid of the Americans. We don't want nothing to do with you. England and Britain, they're just, we don't, we are going to let you use our base, but we're not fighting anyone. France is like, we don't want nothing to do with this either. And it was like, France, you don't need a friend right now, France. I believe you do. You need a friend, France, because you just lost 7 countries in Africa. And as a matter of fact, one of those countries is in the Sahel. And that's where you got your uranium from. And General Chiani came and took over Niger. And now you're trying to get the president that was there back there. You're like, we need to reinstate him. They're just like, we're not reinstating him. That man is in his house. He's on house arrest. They had a European meeting to get Niger to release the president from jail and put him back in charge. Why? Because he was getting loans from the European nation, and it turns out that the loans came from the minerals that they were extracting from us and the money they were getting from that. So it was our money that they were getting that they were loaning back to us with interest, and he was aware of it. He was buying houses in other countries. He was fully aware that he was ripping off his people and that they were dying. France had so much electricity that they were selling it to other countries. And all of it came from Niger. All of it. So Chiani took over. He caused a military junta, and he went and he took over Niger. And then he cut off the uranium that they were getting. Ibrahim Traoré kicked France out of their country. Not only that, Ibrahim Traoré just recently made a deal with North Korea and told North Korea said, listen, you guys got all that land over there. We have been sanctioned by America. We can't get the food that we want. We can't get it. You know, I remember I told you about rice and how people import a lot of rice. They can't get these products. They can't get rice in mass scales, and they can't make it either. So, yeah, they got a great military, but there's some foods that they can't get, and they can't grow because they've been sanctioned. So what do? You got to understand, a lot of people just need seeds. They just need a way to grow something. And that's even held back. When was the last time you seen an apple tree in America? How about a pear tree? An orange tree? No? You haven't seen any of those? How about a blueberry? Any berry bush? When was the last time you seen any of those? No? Crab apples? No? You never seen those? I grew up eating those fruits right off the sidewalk. Boom. Apples, boom. The apple tree, boom. I seen orange trees. I grew up seeing all this. I haven't seen one in years. Pear trees everywhere. When you get those apples, you take them, you wipe them off, you bite into it, and there's a big old worm inside. I grew up eating those. Red Delicious. Big old Red Delicious apples, they grow on trees. They grew everywhere. America was full of them. See them anymore. Yeah. So you get what I'm saying. They did this to other countries too. They sanctioned them. North Korea was one of them. So when they sanction North Korea is like, damn, there's some things that I just can't get from other countries. You know how they sanction you? They tell other countries, if you trade with this country, it's going to cost you a lot to trade with us because we're the number one consumer. We're going to tax you out the yin yang if you go trade with them. This is what they did with Cuba. It's like anyone that goes over there, we're going to sanction you. Nobody wanted to give them oil. And then they blockaded Cuba. This is how America fights. They sanction people. Sanction this, sanction that. Well, Kim Jong-il, he was just like, well, I need some rice. You have land over there in Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore. Why don't you, I'll tell you what, you're fighting to get your land back because of all the people that have been doing all the killing over there. Why don't you? I got a deal. Here we go. I am a military country. I build bombs. I'm good at it. I blow things up. I threaten people with bombs. I have lots of bombs. You need bombs. You don't make any bombs. You don't manufacture not one gun in Burkina Faso. You don't manufacture none of them. None. You guys were practicing with wooden guns, literally. You were going bang at targets. Literally. So when they came and destroyed a village, by the time you guys got there, they were long gone. All these villages are burned, the women are gone, the children are gone, and all the men they're dead. You're going bang with wooden guns. Ain't doing too good, is it? So I tell you what, I'll give you $65 million worth of hot rounds for that ass. And I'll show you how we make things. Because most of the guys that you're buying from now, they won't show you how to make it because they want you to keep buying from them. They want your gold. We'll show you how to make it. We'll show you how to make your weapons if you give us a couple hectares of your land so we can feed ourselves. It was a no-brainer. You know what Iran is going to do? They're going to get in touch with Africa. They already have. They're going to go and get in touch with Niger because Niger has uranium. They want weapons-grade uranium. Who has one of the largest deposits? Niger, General Chiani. I'm telling you. They are going to befriend, and they're already done it. They're already in talks with them. And then America tried to say, hey, Chiani, you can't sell them. You can't do that. And Chiani's like, what do you mean? I can't. You guys got the problem. I don't have the problem. I can sell them all I want to. Don't you know they went into Niger and they started stealing the yellow cake back? That's what the fight in Niger is about right now. Yeah. That's what they're fighting over. They're fighting over uranium. It's where your electricity comes from. It's also where these bombs come from. And Iran wants it real bad. Iran is going to go into Niger. And they're going to help them fight. I know it. They're already, listen, where do you think some of their weapons come from? Iran. You know, weapons in particular? The drones. The drones in Africa come from Iran. So Iran has been buying uranium from Africa. They just went right around the sanction. They're going to touch foot in Niger. And when they do, the massacres of Niger are going to come to a screeching halt. Because Iran just doesn't play that. Iran's going to get their uranium. They're going to get their nuclear weapons. They're going to do it. There's nothing America can do about it. I mean, they can invade Niger, but and then take over the mines, but they can't hold it. This was Rome's problem. Rome would come in, invade, kill, but they couldn't hold it. They couldn't hold Jerusalem. So Saladin took it back. Oh. Anyways, you guys, I gotta go. I'm sleepy. I'm old. Thanks for hanging around the old man. You guys take it easy. Jesus loves you.